Thank you. All right, call to order at 7:03. If you'd like to run us through the attendance real fast.
Yes. Let me see here. We got 5 different screens, so everybody has to be. Okay, Scott Bowman.
Well, you're muted, Scott. He's here though.
Present.
Um, Trevor Stepp,
Present.
Andrew Duke. I'm here. Dana Carver. Jay Gillott.
Jake here.
Corey Heinrich.
Here.
Raphael Wolf.
Here.
Larry Henneman.
Here.
Larry Johnson.
Here.
Leah Daly. Angela Thornton.
Here.
Charles Essner.
Here.
Mike Saliba. Dave Franklin.
Here.
Andrew Chatterton.
Here.
Colin Fitzgerald.
Hmm.
Tim Teagan.
Present.
Okay, we have Leah Daly, Mike Saliba, and Andrew Duke absent.
Did Colin say he was here or not?
Yeah, I think Colin's missing as well.
Oh, Colin, yes, I have those 4. 1,
Sure,
2,
they'll
3,
check
4
on.
missing.
Oh,
13
is
here.
Dana Carver here, you said?
I'm sorry, yeah, Dana. Andrew, Dana, Leah, Mike, and Colin.
No, hopefully some of them will trickle in here soon. All right, and if you could pull up the agenda for us, Miss Secretary.
Real quick, I have my hand up.
Oh, yeah, Charles?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's
Yes,
like
Mr.
he is absent kind of often. So I was just wondering.
If
I'm
who?
sorry, I didn't hear that. Colin missed last meeting, so he's had 2. This is his second
Okay, that's all I
absence.
was
So,
wondering.
yep.
Thank you. And Miss Carver just arrived. Can mark her for attendance.
Okay.
Thank you.
So can everybody see the agenda?
Yep.
We can vote to approve the agenda using these timelines as guidelines so that we don't end up fighting over times. That's what I would suggest. But we basically have the same reports as usual, including a litigation committee, and then most of this meeting is about the convention. And then we have some items of 3 items of new business. 2 should be very quick, and then the national region is another item for new business. So again, I put this sort of in blocks, Larry, but not really, and I don't want to be held to this. I did appreciate the suggestion to try to keep things going, but
I think just assigning time blocks like 45 minutes or 1 hour would be better because technically, once we slip on one of them,
we're then out of order on all the rest of them if you have timestamps. That was my only suggestion.
Thank
Okay,
you,
so
Mr. Johnson.
we could just take the timestamps out or use them as guidelines, either way.
All right, I see a couple hands up. I'll go to Tori first.
Thank you. Just like to add the discussion of the $6,000 back onto the new business discussion.
Okay.
And adding
Call it
to the
discussion of
agenda.
$6,000, discussion of $6,000 missing or whatever. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Chatterton?
I wanted to, it wasn't clear if I missed something before I joined. Maybe what was the discussion about the timestamps?
We weren't called to order yet, but there was debate on moving forward if we want to do hardline timestamps or just a time block allocated for discussion. Just so we don't skip business, but so we can also retain a good momentum in the meeting.
Yeah, we've I think been on a couple of like 4 to 4.5 hour meetings. I think keeping inclusion of some accountability to our agenda is for the advantage. So I would oppose taking anything out of the agenda related to time allocations at this point.
Definitely agree with your sentiments there because these meetings have been on a bit large. Mr. Johnson, your hand just went up.
Yes, my only point was that if we slip 10 minutes on one, then technically on all the rest we are out of order if there's a timestamp rather than an assigned time block. I believe an assigned time block would achieve the same thing without having us be out of order per Robert's Rules of Order by not starting things at the time we said we would start them. Of course, we could all just do what we did last meeting and ignore it, but occasionally people do raise technicalities to cause problems, and I thought this would simply avoid those kinds of difficulties while still keeping us on a timely agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
So I oppose any amendment to change that approach. I hope we'll stick with what's on the agenda.
All right. I believe we can go with it. What's on the agenda today, unless anyone motions to alter or change them, but moving forward, we will be considerate of both options. Mr. Bowman?
Yeah, I noticed right now we should be doing officer committee reports because it's 7:10, or actually 7:11 now, and so that means approval of agenda and previous minutes is already passed.
Or it just means we could have just done our vote instead of raising a new a nonsense objection. We could have just been on schedule. So that's the
All right. Well,
alternative.
is there a motion to approve agenda?
I would make
make a
I
motion.
would make
Again, we already
Oh.
broke it.
I would make a motion to approve the agenda using the time stamps as guidelines.
I think we already had
Second.
the motion to adopt the agenda, and I oppose anything. So if you guys want to really drag it out, we can keep fighting over this, or we can just stick to our timeline.
I move to
Yep.
amend to use them as guidelines. I second the motion.
Object.
Okay, we had 3 motions, all out of the blue. Let's go in order.
How about we just vote on the agenda as it's written, and we move forward with the agenda as amended?
Please
And
call
stop.
please call the meeting
Okay.
to order, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Okay. Like I said, we had a few motions brought. I could not keep track, unfortunately. Who was the first one to bring a motion? Does anyone believe it was Mr. Johnson? I could be wrong on that.
I thought
would say that
I
my
thought I made
assertion was to bring the motion to vote on the agenda. That was exactly what I said after Scotty raised his concern, and I said, or we could just move ahead and vote on it and be on schedule. So like, let's not play
Can't.
silly games about stuff. There was
Okay,
no
I just
motion
wanna
made
make-
by Scotty's initial points, and we don't need to soften our situation to leave room for
All right,
people
well,
that want to drag this out to
if
4
there's
hours.
Quorum.
If there's no objection, I'll just put it to a vote to approve the agenda as written as this moment. Is there
Seconded.
objection? Because I did hear seconds to previous motions, but we do have to keep it in order so I can keep track. I would
Who
appreciate
made that
that.
motion? I did not hear a motion.
did.
I heard Andrew's comment. I did not hear a motion.
I heard
Who-
3 motions in quick succession.
Did any of them
not
get
So
a
who made,
second?
who
I
made
made
the
a motion to approve the agenda, and Tim acted on it just now.
So who seconded that?
I
I
did.
said second, but I don't know if
Okay.
anybody heard it.
Okay. All right, that's
Okay.
what I needed to know.
So all in favor of approving the agenda? Please say aye.
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 All right, all opposed,
Aye.
please say nay.
Nay.
Any abstentions other than myself? All right, agenda is approved. Has everyone seen the previous minutes in the email?
Orders of the day, Mr. Chair. We're supposed to move on to committee reports at this time.
Very well, as written, as approved.
We're approving the previous minutes as passed.
Yeah. All right, as of chair report first, main thing I would like to report is the Comerica case has finally been finalized and the money has been ordered back to us. So hopefully that nasty business can be behind us. That is the main thing I'd like to report at this point in time. So then I would go to our first vice chair report.
I have a question on that, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Has the judge issued the ruling in the case? Last I saw, it has not been issued.
From my understanding and what was brought to me, I believe that's what I heard.
Do you have documentation of that?
Not on hand. I have gone through what I heard from our other board members. I have not received copy of the.
And from the attorney. The
case file.
attorney
Can
sent
you
some.
Yes.
clarify why the attorney hasn't shared that to the whole board? Or absent that, why it hasn't been passed along to the whole board?
Unfortunately, I don't have a good answer for that question at this point.
I
I was
passed it
hoping
on.
would.
I passed it on to the whole board the day the ruling was made. So
That's
Well,
where I
not
thought from our secretary.
Are you guys aware that the written ruling is what matters? And I don't believe that has been issued.
To that regard, I cannot give probably a satisfactory answer. I've heard that it was resolved and that the money was ordered back to us. I do not have hard copy paper proof I can give you at this point in time. I heard it from our XCOM emails, so if there's resources in there that could answer your question, that'd probably be the place to find it.
I'm looking at the docket right now in real time, and there is no ruling entered.
orders of the day.
We are in orders of the day.
Yeah, we are
Point
on
of
our
order.
reports. Well, to that regard, I hope I'm not mistaken in the claim that it has been resolved.
Can I share my screen briefly in that case? To share the docket?
Yeah, I would allow it. As long as we keep it brief, we do have a
We're
It
gonna end up calling a special meeting for the convention because of this bullshit.
I would like to clarify the important matters about the legal matter that the parties involved in here. So we have people saying that the case is closed, and yet it shows the motion hearing having occurred on 3/25, only the status that it was held, and there's no further order issued in the case. But there is, however, 2 items that were served by Mr. Curcio on April 8th. Which seems inappropriate and out of place. So I'm wondering, does the party have information about what was served?
I personally don't have the hard
If we
copy.
did, it would be out of order for us to discuss it with the.
Yeah, if this
Does-
case,
Does the litigation committee have information that they
we can
made
get to that.
authorizations?
we can have that be brought up on their report.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Yep, I do see 2 hands up real quick, Mr. Bowman.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Sorry, I got. Oh, I was already unmuted. Yeah. I would like to make a motion that who is our, well, first of all, I guess I need to ask, who is our contact with Curcio? Who is, I remember he probably wanted to talk mainly to one person.
Charles.
Yeah, it's me or Tim. Before I make contact with Curcio, I confirm with Tim, so we are not going back and forth. And I'll answer
Okay.
questions in the committee report.
Okay, I move that Charles or Tim at Tim's discretion make contact with Nick Curcio and request the written order, or ask if indeed one exists, and get that matter clarified, and then just have the chair send out the result to, or the secretary send out the outcome to the executive committee, so we are all on the same page regarding the question that Mr. Chatterton raised, and then we can move on.
Okay, does that motion have a second?
I'll second.
There is a second. All right. Do any of the hands up have discussion for this? Ms. Carver, I see your hand up.
I was looking for something on the emails and I got sidetracked looking for Nick's answer, which I do have right now. What exactly are we voting on right now?
Just to allow me and Charles to get in writing clarification of the case standing.
Okay, we have that already in the email that the litigation committee got.
Specifically, the judge's written order.
That might be
That's
what he
Mr. Chatterton asked about.
Okay, that could be what he went to serve on the by mail to everybody on the 14th or the 8th. So it could be a minute in the mail because it was a holiday.
No, that's not what was served on the 8th. That's incorrect.
And I will just continue talking. So okay. For the record, do you want me to read what Nick said in his email?
For the sake of time, I believe it would be more prudent to either put it into chat or put it into an email ring.
Okay.
Because we are already getting past our time here soon. But if there's no further discussion, we can put this to a vote real fast if you don't mind, Ms. Carver. All right. All in favor?
Oh, we got a second for that. Okay. So this is a
Point of
motion
order,
that,
this is a trivial matter and it's not authorizing anything that couldn't be done anyway, and it's a waste of our time to have a vote on such a frivolous matter.
Yeah,
you're the one who brought it up.
No, I didn't bring
up
this motion up.
expenses and
I
any
brought up.
Point of order.
It's not a point of order. Just call the member to order and move on, Tim.
Okay, all in favor of allowing this motion, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions other than myself? All right, the ayes do have it. Me and Charles will look into that and have that in a timely manner. Thank you. All right, I believe that would finish up all discussion on my report, so we can get to the first vice chair. Mr. Bowman?
Oh yeah. Sorry. Sorry. Right. So here's the status right now. We have some affiliates have had a little difficulty scheduling meetings. And I managed to get a hold of them. I guess they don't know that they have access to that the leadership doesn't know they have access to update meeting information directly to the website, that they have creds. I went and did it on my own for Macomb, though Mike Saliba, and I don't know if he's on the call right now, but I figured he would be. Even though Mike Saliba has access, he did tell me when his meetings were scheduled, and so I posted that one. Also, I found it was quite easy. And then also, similar situation arose with Genesee, and I posted this month's, but I was informed about next month's meeting. But it seems to me that since Genesee has creds, that they should go in there and just do it. Post their meetings timely. I also was talking to basically Justin Miramonte, because he lives in the Jackson Hillsdale region, He's taken on the task of trying to work something out with Ron Acton and Ron. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce it. Wisnowski or something. Whatever the other Rons, the chair in the Jackson Hillsdale affiliate. Um, they both of them may be like otherwise distracted with issues, but they currently don't have a secretary or a treasurer. So I think Justin might be trying to see about getting, see if he could be appointed as interim secretary or something like that to help them take care of the planning aspects of meetings and posting of meetings, because he had actually attended the non-meetings as the only person already a couple times, and he'd like to be able to help get that affiliate reorganized, because we do also have contacts, and once that's established and we got somebody who's able to take on the duties of sending out notifications to members, we can get those contacts to the affiliate leaders to reach the people in those two counties. And then finally, and then West Michigan, and I see Jay's got his hand raised, and maybe he's got some information. If the chair would allow, if Jay perhaps has some updates on the West Michigan affiliate.
Yeah, I see his hand raised. Jay, would you like to be recognized?
Yes, I don't really have a lot of additional information other than the fact that I personally have no way to get to the website to post things because my Blue Mail Apple account has been corrupted by my son. Mix-ups that have happened, and I can't. I'm unable to get on the our site, and I'm not able to add things. So Jordan has been around, but he's been very busy lately. He's just living back in Grand Rapids. But we have no treasurer at the moment. I mean, excuse me, we have no secretary at the moment. He's gone.
Yeah.
He's gone totally. Richard just kind of totally ghosted us. So we have nothing going on right now, which is very frustrating.
Richard McLean?
Sorry, yeah, Rich McLean. I'm talking the wrong speaker too. I'm sorry. Yeah, Rich McLean has not responded to Jordan. So.
Oh.
Has there been a wellness check on him?
He's got a family with kids. I don't know how you can do a wellness check when he won't respond to you.
Tim, may I ask, is it maybe if we could just pass on to the IT team to enable someone else to control that Zoom account? Because I noticed the website, not in the calendar, but on the affiliate page for West Michigan, has a meeting schedule posted and a Zoom link, and I don't know if that Zoom link belongs to the state of party or to the affiliate. Jay, would you know anything about that?
Yeah, that Zoom link has always been owned by Rich, and without Rich opening up, yeah, that's his account.
You could change the Zoom link, and one of you or Jordan could simply own a Zoom link to post.
Remember, it's free for half an hour. I'm not sure that makes sense to try to do half an hour Zoom calls but over a half an hour, someone has to pay for it. I was under the impression.
Okay, it's not a lot of money. I don't know.
We have some
orders of the day, Mr. Chair. It's something that the two individuals could work out offline.
I'm having problems communicating with everybody, so I just want to let you know that. Sorry, in general.
Okay,
Thank you. We do got to keep to a timely fashion today, but I appreciate your report. I believe we can. Is that all, Mr. Bowman, for your report?
Yeah, that's all right now. Just trying to help the affiliates get back in the flow of things so they could have regular meetings.
Thank you. All right, we appreciate that. And we can move on to Mr. Stepp with our second vice chair report. Do notice you put it out in an email in writing. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, everybody should have gotten a copy of the written report in their inboxes earlier today. Sorry I didn't get it out earlier. Busy with work and such, and just had time this morning. But the main things were just that I went to the SVSU debate with candidate Allie Sleds in the 35th, and we got her literature. It was an interesting evening. The candidates were quite unimpressive, to be honest. It was kind of a bummer after they've had, a year and a half or whatever to prep. They had nothing interesting to say. The crowd there was almost no students. I'd say there was like not a student in the crowd, but that was kind of a bummer. Other things, just that I wrote up, just going through in case anyone didn't have a chance to get a copy of the written one. I did get access to City CRM, and I updated the candidate page. Scotty saw that, and if you go on there now, and you'll see our elected officials. So that's cool. Scotty and Mr. Clark are up there now. We've been tracking all the candidates reaching out. We've had quite a few reaching out, so that's good. We still have some time to recruit people. So I don't think it's in there, but I do, district reps, if you have access or to anyone and they're interested in running, send them my way or would love to make sure we have our lists going and get people recruited for those congressional seats. Those are the big ones with a lot of eyes on them this fall. So hopefully we get some strong candidates to, help recruit people for the party and such. I'm planning to schedule the trainings again that we were doing, or kind of best practices events, and just people get to know each other and share information the week of May 18th. I will be putting that out on the website, and I'll get you guys all information about that if you have anyone, send them that way. As far as future actions, I have mostly the same stuff. I still do hope we can get to a budget discussion in the near future so that doesn't derail any actions for the summer, fall of people. And table events, man, I would love to see people getting their table events, scheduled and on the calendar. I know the Thumb tried to do an event this weekend and it didn't work out so well. There was some issues with the hosts. So getting those going earlier and opening communications earlier. Does anyone have any questions or any candidates they want to send my way? Shoot me an email, whatever. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Stepp. Mr. Johnson, I see your hand just went up.
Just real quickly, Trevor, we are in the process here in Huron-Raisin of signing up for the Milan Fair. It's a community fair, not a county fair. We're anticipating doing that in place of the Ann Arbor Art Fair for a number of reasons, including our ability to reach out to some of our southern neighbors that are in our convention. So that is on our agenda, and that will start less than 1 week after National Convention, which is not ideal, but we have some volunteers lined up already, and the cost is very reasonable, and the time frame is decent enough that we felt we could adequately staff the booth with perhaps a small amount of assistance from surrounding counties.
Oh, that's awesome. I think if that's right after the convention, I can be available to at least work a day or two.
And Carly's coordinating most of that.
Sweet.
All right, wonderful news. All right, and then we can move on to the rest of our officer reports. I do believe Mr. Duke is not here for a treasury report. So that's unfortunate.
I just had a quick report. I was actually before him, but
Oh, sorry, I got them out of order.
I don't really have a report. I just want to say that Kyle Davis has volunteered. Somebody mentioned at our last LEC meeting that they would like civi training, and he has volunteered to help anybody with that. I guess he knows it pretty well. And Trevor had brought up the Lara filing, which is updating our officers, and Scotty previously brought that up. And I have contacted Lara and put in, set up their new account to find out that those officers get changed every year and when we file a report, and to change it more often costs $100 each time. So I did change Tim as the primary agent, which is the most important thing, so that he receives communications. But we are set unless we want to start paying $100 to update with the state every time we are set until our October report is due. We update officers at that time with the state. So I sent Trevor the email from the state, and I sent Scott a few months ago when it came up. So hopefully that's resolved for now until October. We file Andrew and Tim should file that.
Thank you. I see a few hands just went up. Mr. Charles?
Yeah, I was just gonna give report if that's in order.
I believe I gotta get through any hands related to the secretary report first. But yeah,
Not a
I'll come
problem.
back to
I'll
you
wait.
for your litigation. Mr. Stepp?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern was more, the lower filing was part of that concern that I brought up, but the kind of more pressing was that the DBA has lapsed. The Libertarian Party of Michigan DBA has lapsed, and that lapsed on December 31st. And that, I mean, we legally can't use Libertarian Party of Michigan as our, what we are unless we say we're Libertarian Party of Michigan Executive
No,
Committee until we fix
well, I
that.
didn't know that part of it, but that's not a legal requirement for a DBA. It does protect our name and we should definitely file it,
It's
but we are.
part of fiduciary responsibilities as an organization, and
Yeah.
it's shameful that that has gone
Mr.
on this
Chair,
long.
please call the member to
Yep.
order.
It's an
If
egregious failure of duties.
Turn.
Mr. Chatterton, if you could wait until you're recognized or come with an interrupted motion, I do
Mr. Chair.
appreciate. What's that? All right. Is there,
So I want to just respond to, since we're still on my report, Trevor never told me that when I responded to him, showing him that. And I guess that would be Andrew Duke. And Andrew Duke has been missing in action as far as communications and everything else. So I would hope the chair would contact him after this to ask him about this report that is past due
I
and
will,
ask him, about the finances, etc. But anyway,
I will reach out. Yes.
Point of order, my hand had been up and got
Yep.
lowered.
Yeah, I did
So
notice you are next, Mr. Chatterton. All
I
right.
think that we need to have an immediate motion that directs someone imminently to go make that registration today that cannot wait. We have had people misrepresenting as our party, and the fact that that was allowed to lapse is an egregious failure of duties by whoever should have been looking at that. But the fact of the matter is, it needs to go and be directed to be done today, to be immediately remedied, and we cannot wait on that. So I would make a motion to, it sounds like Donna is in the system, so nothing aside from that consideration, but to direct Donna to immediately go through and make sure that all of our documentation is correct and up to date with Laura, including our DBAs and our officer standings. I don't believe it's $100. That was something that was filed repeatedly during the time when it was legally contested by Saliba and Mr. Wolf and others who made unauthorized filings in 2023 on that. And so that needs to be directed. It
All
costed
right.
about $10 to $15 each time. And if it's a
I
matter of
sent
that
the
We do
cost, I
have
will
20
communications to the.
seconds
do that.
left, Mr. Chatterton.
I'm finished. However, that needs to be done. So I would ask for a second to direct that all those updates be made by the secretary immediately.
I object to
Does
that because I already explained that I've done that. Forwarded that to the board.
It
Nobody
is this
had a
board's
question.
duty to
Bring the
maintain
member
our
to order,
All right.
please.
Okay, everyone, please settle down. We do have a motion. I will say, from my
Second.
understanding, it does sound in order. Does that motion have a second? And then we can open up polite discussion.
Second.
All right, that motion has been seconded. Is there any of the hands up for discussion? I see Mr. Bowman.
Yeah, I'd like to amend the motion to include the first part of the motion, which calls upon the secretary to see that these things are filed. I would like, and then I would like to remove the remainder of that motion, which involved a number of assertions regarding past conflicts in the party.
Those are
And
not part of the motion. The motion was strictly to direct the secretary to go make all the appropriate updates, including our officers and
Mr.
our
Chair.
DBAs.
Okay.
Information,
Right.
Mr.
oh,
Chair.
Yes,
well,
yes,
okay, then
okay,
thank you. I
everyone,
guess
please.
that makes it a friendly amendment. And then we will. Then the other thing I would like to include with that amendment is that if in cases where the secretary is not the person to do it, that the appropriate person be delegated that duty by the chair.
All right. Does that amendment have a second?
The amendment is frivolous. The secretary just indicated that she's set up for the capabilities to do
Bring them
this.
over.
All right.
Please
I
call
I just asked
order.
if that amendment had a second. I will honor it if it does.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on that amendment real quick? Mr. Johnson, is your hand up for that amendment?
No, I had a point of information, Mr. Chair, which I believe is an interrupting motion.
Yes. It
Are
is
we
an
at
interrupting
the
motion.
2-minute time limit, and are we going to prevent people from speaking out of turn as Mr. Chair violated both of those rules in the last 5 minutes?
I am trying to keep people. It is a little difficult on my end. I will not lie there. I will try and do the best I can. But yes, I do have a timer with me.
Information. Do we have any remedy other than voting to remove members if they continue to violate the rules?
To my knowledge, none that would actually enforce anything of great magnitude.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. All in favor of adopting this amendment, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions other than myself? All right, amendment does pass. Is there any discussion before we go vote on the motion at hand now? All right, hearing none. All in favor of this motion, please say aye.
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 All right. Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
All right, any abstentions other than myself?
I would like clarification because I already made appropriate updates to Lara other than the DBA, which nobody has shown me where that is. Trevor sent me a link to the Lara thing with the list of officers. So
Point of order.
I would like to know, I'm still on my report.
That's not a point of order, Andrew.
Yes, it is. I have a point of order.
What would that be?
The motion was approved to direct the secretary to make updates to the officer list in the DBA. I don't think there's any ambiguity in that, and it doesn't have any bearing on whether she previously gave reports about the matter. There's a new motion that was just approved to direct her to do that.
So we're spending $100 to change our officers, okay?
I do believe it's not necessarily needed if I heard from previous
It
discussion.
is, he's wrong. I have
Well,
the thing.
If he is wrong, it does request money. I believe it would be an
Okay.
order and our duty to spend that.
Those items were made clear immediately prior to the motion
Bring
directing
the
that to be
person
done.
to order.
I will note if you do have an interrupting motion.
You're speaking out of order. You're speaking out of order. Please shut up.
If anyone has an interrupting motion, please state an interrupting motion. If not, please have your hand raised in the cycle. I will ask politely of everyone to that regard. Thank you. All right. That motion did pass. I did not hear any abstentions. So, Mr. Secretary, if you do need assistance, please reach out in the XCOM, and I'm sure as a board we can assist you in any way possible. All right, moving on, I believe now. Mr. Bowman, I know you had your hand up. Is it a new topic?
That's I'm sorry, that's an atavism. I'll lower it now.
Thank you. Then I believe we can go on to our committee reports. I know, Charles, you've been waiting. Mr. Essner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm not going to reiterate what the email that was sent said. I believe Dana is resending the email to the whole board. If anybody has not seen the email or needs it from Mr. Curcio, please let me know, and I will make sure it's forwarded to you.
When was this email sent, please?
Please. Is that your inquiry request?
So I will send it. So I will, if anybody has any information offline, please ask me, and I will provide the email. And then I will get with Tim, and we will discuss reaching out to Mr. Curcio to get the formal documentation to make sure we have everything to resolve this matter. And that is all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Esther. Ms. Carver, I see your hand up.
I will send it as an email in a little bit. I got to go back in there. But I did put a screenshot of that portion of the email in the chat. So if you just scroll up.
Why only a portion of the email?
Please, wait for an interrupting motion or
Okay, I will answer his question, even though he was fucking out of order, fucking again. Anywho, it's just because I didn't put Scotty and myself telling him thank you. That's all that's missing from the email. You will see that when I send it to the official email list. But if you want to know what Nick said, scroll the fuck up and stop interrupting, please.
Thank you, Ms. Carver. Mr. Chatterton, 2 minutes.
So in light of the claimed information in that email, I'm curious to know why Mr. Curcio made additional filings that were not authorized by the board on April 8th. Mr. Essner, did the litigation committee approve additional filings in the case after the one that was approved in our last meeting?
Not that I'm aware of, but I will, as I said, I will get with Tim and we will be reaching out to Mr. Curcio with formal documentation and any explanations that are necessary.
Why
Thank you.
was the committee informed that there was a new filing?
I know what was sent in the email. I will have to review it to verify. And I will forward it
Was
to
the
you.
committee informed that there was going to be additional filings on April 8th? You cut out there, didn't hear you.
I cannot recall at this moment. I think not, but I need to, as I said, talk to Tim and we will get with Mr. Curcio and provide the proper information.
The board has made a huge deal about whether or not the rest of us can be kept informed on this matter. And the whole basis of that was that the litigation committee was being informed and was directing this. And what I'm hearing is that the committee is not even aware or being informed. So who's directing our attorney to take these actions?
Apologies. Can people hear me? Excuse me.
Committee?
Sorry.
Yes.
Now I
Does
do.
he have the floor?
Yeah,
Excuse
Chatterton
me.
does have the
Yeah,
floor. I've been
yeah.
pausing it for rebuttals. He has 46 seconds left and I have it paused.
Well, excuse me. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Is it an interrupting motion?
I don't know if you caught the last of my statement. And I heard Andrew. I think I broke up for a minute. I'm sorry.
I didn't hear I heard you say you're going to talk to Tim, but I was trying to clarify if you guys were informed.
I believe what I had said is I do not recall specifically. I'd have to review the email, but to the best of my knowledge, no. So I do not recall specific, best of my knowledge.
So I would like to have the matters about the communications with Curcio to be open to the whole board. We have been having it made clear to us that these matters were being handled, and it
Make
seems
the
very
motion and
apparent
then we can
that
discuss it.
this is not
member
being
to
You are
order.
down to 30
I move
seconds.
that
does
all
not have the
communications with
floor.
our attorney
No,
be
he
made
does.
to the
I
whole
paused it during
board.
his rebuttals.
I
You are down to
want
20
the whole. I
seconds.
made a motion that the whole board be informed of communications with the attorney. We
All right.
apparently have individuals who are making outside of even the litigation.
5 seconds left, though. I do have your motion, and I will allow it to be second.
Second.
All right. His motion has been moved and seconded. We will go into discussion on this. Please keep it brief and polite. All right. First hand up I see is Ms. Carver.
Okay. There's no reason for this motion. We have informed you guys. We sent the information to you guys the day of the court hearing. Donna sent it. I just showed you the email that I swear I thought we sent over because it's just simply the same thing that was said in the court. There is no new information to be sent. So the committee has been doing its job. Mr. Chatterton is out of line in this situation.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Carver. Mr. Bowman, 2 minutes.
Yeah, I would like to move to amend the motion to state simply that that in addition to the entire board being informed of communications with Mr. Curcio, that we initiate that the people inquiring for the copy of the court order or ruling also ask Mr. Curcio if there have been any other motions filed on behalf of the Libertarian Party of Michigan, and if so, what are they? That's my amendment.
Does that amendment have a second? I don't think I hear a
Second.
second. There is?
I'll second. I'll make sure to get all the information. I want to
All
get
right.
everything and
The
provide to
amendment has
everybody.
been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion with the two other hands up on the amendment?
I just want
Ms.
to
Thornton?
clarify if I don't know if I'm next to speak on the amendment.
You would be second. Ms. Thornton has her hand up ahead of you.
I
Ms. Thornton?
don't really need to speak on the amendment. I want to speak on the main motion.
All right. I will keep you first in line on the main motion. Mr. Chariton? 2
I had
minutes.
my hand up for the main motion as well, but I would also like to speak on the amendment.
Duly noted.
So my hand just got dropped just now, but if you don't mind to keep that track. I want to clarify when the amendment does not change that the board will be included on all communications with the attorney. Am I correct? Or do um, I just want to make sure maybe Mr. Bowman can answer with the intent of his motion. The wording was hard to follow, and I want to make sure that with the amendment that the board will still be copied. There should not be any individual communication with the attorney going on in light of the intent of my motion. Does that change from your amendment?
I think it changes my understanding of your original motion. My understanding is that our agreement with the attorney is not to have everybody on the LEC corresponding with him. This is billable time, and so we have
My
designated
motion did not call
individuals
for any
to.
individuals
You're
to.
interrupting me. You have
You don't
and
get
the
to
individuals
stonewall my
correspond
speaking
and
time.
then inform the entire board of the information that we
My
get.
motion was to have the board copied on every communication with the attorney. Are you trying to overturn that in the light of the information that we just got about actions that were taken by the attorney without authorization by the litigation committee, or
1
even
minute left, Mr.
information to the
Chariton.
litigation committee?
Do you have the floor?
Well, I
Please
don't know if
stop
I
talking
can
out
because I
of
don't think I can
turn.
amend my motion when it's on the table, my amendment when it's on the table.
So your amendment did
It's
not
been
sound to
seconded. It
contradict
doesn't
that.
belong to me anymore.
Mr.
50
Chair,
seconds.
It's
I do have them on a timer. I do pause for
If I could
rebuttals.
stop being interrupted by 6 different members on the board every time I have the floor, I'd greatly appreciate that as well. But the motion that Mr. Bowman added to me sounded like it said that the people communicating with the attorney to him should be controlled. However, that was not my motion. I did not suggest anyone else to send communications. I want the board copied on any communication that
30
involves
seconds.
the
In
attorney.
that case, I would like my amendment to have the interpretation that Mr. Chatterton just gave it.
That all people on this board be included, and
20
your
seconds.
additional measures are
No,
separate
Mr.
to communication then.
I don't know if I can speak, Chair.
Charles is in front of you, and then we can come back to you.
Okay, if needed.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Mr. Essner. You are next. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just am asking for clarification since I'll be getting with you. I would like clarification on the motion and from the board that just so that we do not communicate to the attorney out of turn, is it appropriate to take the communication from the attorney and forward it to the board directly? Or are we having the board, or are we having the attorney, or is the intent to have the attorney message the board completely? In which case, how do we keep them from everyone from responding and causing issues? So I'm just clarification on my end.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the intent was just to relay the information. Correct? Mr. Bowman, your amendment is currently being talked about.
My intent, and apparently it had a greater effect on the original motion than I thought. My intent is that we continue the process of having limited people be the direct contacts with Mr. Curcio, but that those people forward all information they get from Mr. Curcio regarding those issues at hand, regarding the official document. We want to all see it. Regarding if there are any additional filings on behalf of the Libertarian Party of Michigan, we should all see those. That's all.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Esner?
Yes, that answers my question. I'll make sure that all communications are forwarded to the board.
Thank you. If this passes, Ms. Carver, I see your hand up.
I would like to state for the record that, as Mr. Bowman said, all communication needs to be done after we have set it up with our attorney. Also, there are accusations being levied that nobody has information on yet. So I'm not really enjoying that people are being accused of things when I'm assuming that probably what was filed was the order. So let's just let the litigation committee do the job that Charles and Tim are going to do. And then we let everybody know what is found out. And we don't need a billion motions to do this because we've already been doing it this entire time.
Thank you, Ms. Carver.
Mr. Chair, can you put me in the queue? We need to extend time pretty soon if we're going to get to the convention.
Okay. You will be after Mr. Chardon, which is after Mr. Henneman. Mr. Henneman?
Yeah, I want to make sure I'm following this. I think what we're talking about here is not necessarily, not just getting communications from the attorney to the board members, but the board members participating in any actions that are authorized, and to make sure that actions taken by the attorney have been authorized by the board. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for that. Mr. Chardon, 2 minutes.
Yeah, I
This is
wanted to
your second time
respond
on the
to
amendment.
some of the comments by Ms. Carver about unsubstantiated accusations. There was no such unsubstantiated accusations being thrown around. The statements made were that, according to the email that she shared with the board, Nick Curcio reported that the case was closed on March 26th. However, on April 8th, Nick Curcio made multiple filings to the court and to what has been reported here, no one has knowledge about what those were or why they were filed. So there is no plausible explanation, Ms. Carver, if that was the order or something to that effect. Curcio filed his order. It was part of what was filed on March 10th, I believe it was, that this board approved at the last meeting. So there's no reason he should have been filing an order after the case had already, as he reported, been concluded. So I want to know, and as was mentioned here, the board needs to be aware of this. The board has been shut out of these matters on the account that the litigation committee is handling it. And we all just saw firsthand here that the litigation committee is not being appraised of matters that the attorney is undertaking in the name of the party. So the fact that Ms. Carver seems to have some knowledge about what might have been filed when the chair of the committee has no such knowledge shows that there's some kind of communication going on outside of that committee that isn't being managed by the committee, as we were all assured. And I had faith in that based on the fact that I trust Mr. Esner and the fact that the committee was handling it. However, upon learning that he's not even being informed as the chair of the committee, I've got significant issues here. Okay, members of this party hired their personal attorney to represent themselves and to hurt the interests of this party by hiring the attorney that was helping them to rip off this party's name. It's not okay if he is then cutting people off
reached your 2 minutes
in that committee that you've all assured us was the people that were on.
Well, please don't mute our members. I will note that, but you have reached your 2 minutes.
Thank you,
Mr. How are we going to control them? We need to do something about this. Come on.
You can't control a board member from raising their fiduciary duties, Donna.
We can't,
sorry.
but we do have to work politely with each other. We have to work on this.
2 minutes is 2 minutes.
Yes, we have agreed on that. Now we can move on. We are already way behind schedule.
We need to make a motion to extend business or we're not getting to the convention. It's 8 o'clock.
Yeah, well, you do have the floor because you were in order.
So I would need to make a motion that we move to the convention committee report, which is.
I'm sorry. I don't think we can. We are in the middle of an amendment motion, so we can't. We have to deal with that after. I'm sorry. I forgot where we were for a second.
Can I call the question?
I move that we call the question then, since I have
the floor. All right. All in favor of calling the question, please say aye.
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 All right. All opposed, please say nay.
Wait, are we on the
And
amendment or the main
we are
motion?
calling the question.
Okay. I'm calling the question. I'm sorry.
All right. Any abstentions other than myself? All right, question is called. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
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 I do think the nays have it on the amendment. All right, then. All in favor of the main motion, please
Aye.
say aye.
No, wait,
Nay.
I thought I got to speak on the main motion.
I believe once the question is called, we have to run through them, correct?
No, he didn't call all previous questions, just that question.
You're right. That was the wording. All right, Ms. Thornton,
Division on the amendment.
you want to call division on the amendment?
Yeah.
All right, Ms.
Just
Secretary, if you could run us through a quick vote.
So what happens at 8 o'clock? Do we just,
Well,
it
if we're in the middle of
ends?
voting, we have to proceed with the vote before we can move on. And then we can, you'll be first in line to be recognized.
No, I'm just saying our time for this topic ran out per Andrew's motion, so we're done at 8 o'clock.
Unless there is a vote to extend, correct?
Scott Bowman. So
On the amendment,
motion-
aye.
No, we already,
No, well, he called division, so we have to redo the vote.
so what are we voting on at this
It's
moment?
the amendment.
Can you clarify what the amendment specifically is?
Ms. Secretary, do you have it in wording, or Mr.
No,
Bowman?
I don't. I'm very confused what's going on.
Mr.
The
Bowman, could you
amendment
read
I
it?
had failed by
All right,
voice
the
vote.
amendment was that we maintain the limited direct communication with the attorney that we already have, but that those parties then inquire, one, for about the court order and get a copy to share with the executive committee. Two, inquire as to whether or not any additional filings on behalf of the party have been made, and if so, share the content of those with the executive board.
Not a motion.
All right, that was the amendment. If you can run us through a quick vote, Ms. Secretary.
Is that an amendment in addition to the original motion or what?
I believe so.
That was the amendment I made to your motion earlier.
Adding that on?
I believe so, correct, Mr. Bowman?
Basically, it's by substitution. Right?
Is it a substitution amendment or an additional amendment?
Whichever way you want to do it.
I probably think he might be doing a substitute amendment.
If it's a substitute motion, that completely changes it, and that's not at all what we just discussed. So I object to that, and we've already called the question.
All right, but we
Everything
do have
that was just discussed
we
was
do have to
adding
go-
that to the communication.
We do have to go through a quick vote on it, though, because division has been called. Ms. Secretary, if you could run us through real fast.
Scott Bowman,
Aye.
Trevor Stepp, I vote aye. Dana,
Aye.
Jay Gillette,
Aye.
Tori Heinrich,
Sorry, is this for the amendment or the motion?
Yeah, we're redoing the amendment.
The amendment,
Division is
okay.
called.
No, thank you.
Raphael Wolf,
Nay.
Larry Henneman,
No.
Larry Johnson,
Yes.
Angela Thornton,
No.
Charles Essner,
I will abstain.
Mike Salee, or Dave Franklin,
Nay.
Andrew Chatterton,
Nay.
Tim Teagan,
Abstain.
So Trevor Stepp,
Donna, yeah, sorry, I didn't hit unmute. No.
Dana Carver. Okay, 4 to 7 to
No.
2.
I was going to say no.
All right, motion
4 to
fails
8
on
to
the
2.
amendment. Thank you. Now we can go back to the debate on the main motion. Ms. Thornton, I see your hand has been up.
I would like to make a motion that we table this until the next meeting so we can get back to the agenda.
Second.
Object.
All right, the table is in order.
We already had orders of the day. You can't bring new amendments.
This isn't an amendment.
It is. You just
ran out of
motioned to table
time.
it.
We
That's
ran
not
out of
an
time,
amendment,
Andrew, so we
Andrew.
need to move forward anyway.
A
This is a
motion to
whole-
postpone is not an amendment. A point
May
of
I-
order.
Question was
Mr.
called
Mr.
and the orders of the day were had.
Mr.
You can't
Chatterton,
dodge
please
the
stop
motion.
interrupting me.
I believe it is in order. Due to the wording of calling the question, it was not calling all questions. It was just calling the question, which was the amendment at the
Then
time.
orders of the day, and we're already into the
Mr.
motion.
Okay,
You started
all
the
right,
vote
then,
on it.
Andrew,
You already called the vote on it, Mr.
Andrew,
Chair.
the chair has ruled. You know what happens if you disagree with
All
that
right,
ruling. Make
guys,
it happen or shut up.
Need to calm down. It's getting a little sloppy. We got to work through this the best we can.
All right, I would like to
Fortunately, not
speak on the
everything will be
motion.
100% accurate, but we're trying our best here. Now, I will honor the motion to table. Is there any discussion on the motion to table? Yes, Mr. Chatterton.
Second.
2 minutes.
The matter at hand now is just whether or not to keep secret communications with the attorney that are on behalf of this board. We have already established that the attorney has taken actions on behalf of the party in this case without consultation of the litigation committee.
Point of
Who we were
information.
assured were aware and managing all of the communications with the attorney on behalf of this board. That is not happening. So there is no longer trust that there is open communication between the litigation committee and the attorney. This motion is critical, and postponing it until the next meeting postpones it beyond the relevant applicability for this case. Any member that votes yes to table this matter is supporting to have this party's legal matters be conducted without the oversight of this committee. This is not an acceptable consideration for a person with a fiduciary responsibility to this organization. If you vote to table this matter, you should be removed from this board. I am confident that none of you will actually hold anyone to account for that. But this is absurd, and this board has a right to manage its legal affairs, or at least to delegate it. This board delegated those responsibilities to the litigation committee, and we just got firsthand proof that the litigation committee is not being informed of the actions taken. Because the fact that this committee cannot tell us right now what those filings were on April 8th, why they were submitted, means that this committee is not being kept in the loop. And it suggests heavily that there are some individuals on this board who are conducting those legal matters on behalf of the party outside of its oversight. So as we already have seen that Mr. Saliba and Ms. Heinrichs and Mr. Brungart have already hired their personal attorney to represent this party. And as we've already seen that they filed an appearance with the court that indicated they were the attorney of the party in 2023,
Mr. Chatterton,
which was false. We
but
need
you
to
have
have
reached your-
accountability.
Mr. Chatterton, you have reached your 2-minute mark. I do hate to
Thank you,
interrupt.
Mr. Chair.
but we
I'm
do
done.
have to move on. Thank you. Ms. Carver, you are next. 2 minutes.
I will say again, there has been no proof that the litigation committee has hidden anything.
I didn't suggest they've hidden.
Please everyone, please no interrupting each other on both ends of this. We have to get through this. Thank you. Ms. Carver, I
Both
did
ends
call
is
you.
one end.
It was me yelling, I'm sorry, because I'm tired of being interrupted. Anywho, there has been no proof that the litigation committee has hidden anything. We have not hidden anything. There have been no back communications. Every single thing that we have gotten, we have given to the board. Every single thing that has been done in this case so far, you guys have all voted on. We brought it to you. You voted on it. Every single bit of this has been done with you guys. We've done nothing underhanded. I am pretty sure that this is going to work out, that neither did Nick. We just need to give it time for him to be contacted, and then we can let people know. There's no reason for all this mess. There's no reason for this name calling. There's no reason for these accusations. Just please stop. I'm really sick and tired of this. It's just, please, just give it a minute. So that is why I'm saying table this. Let the chair and Charles get a hold of Nick, and then they will come back with a report. There's no need for all of this vitriol. Just stop the madness, please.
Thank you, Miss Carver. Next is Mr. Bowman.
Yeah, I initially was even thinking of making this a point of information because when you got false statements being made that have no basis in fact, it's annoying.
Proof of the statements is in the chat.
Excuse me, I'm being interrupted, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You're good.
I wish to reset the clock.
I went back 15 seconds.
Thank you. The chair of the party can carry out the business of the party without LEC voting on everything, and this would fall in that if he needs to instruct the litigation committee to get more information or instruct the secretary to put out notification. That can happen anyway. I would be voting in favor of tabling just to prevent further debate on the matter for now so we could get to real business. Otherwise, by the way, if the main motion were approved, we'd be in the situation of everybody getting into one of these email chains and costing us tons of money and wasted time where everybody and their cousin is corresponding with their attorney.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Mr. Wolf, you're next. 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chatterton seems to be attempting to make everyone else but himself look incompetent and that they're not in control of the attorney. The attorney doesn't do anything that isn't in the best interest of the party. Mr. Chatterton posted a couple of screenshots, and it looks like what went out on 4/8 was proof of service, and it's probably proof of service of the judgment, but nobody really knows, including Mr. Chatterton. So I think it's appropriate to table his motion and that we don't do anything till we have further information from our counsel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Ms. Thornton, you're next. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to speak for my motion. There were so many misstatements and that Mr. Chatterton made as far as how this played out that it would indeed. I'm happy to go through them all one by one with the board, but tonight's not that night. We have a convention to plan. So that was my whole reasoning here behind tabling this. There is no private parties talking to Nick. None of us have heard from him since the day of the court. There's not, we've all gone through Charles to find out what the thing there's not any, there's no there. This is just Andrew mad because he lost the case and we're getting our money back, which is what he desperately didn't want. So that's my whole point. If we're going to do this, let's do it in another meeting, not tonight. We have a committee.
1 minute.
We have a convention to plan. I can yield the rest of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of parliamentary order, Mr. Chair. Point of parliamentary order.
Yes.
I looked it up. A motion to table is not debatable. We need to proceed to a vote. I have
now that everyone has been allowed to debate, you can't bring that up now.
It is not a debatable motion. I have the floor, Mr. Chatterton.
Yes, you do.
The proof that Mr. Curcio filed documents is in the chat.
Mr. Johnson, if he does have information I was unaware of that it is not a debatable motion, I would like to move forward.
Convenient after all of the people who wanted to speak against
we
it.
did have one speaking term. I'm just trying to keep this.
Mr. Henneman has not gotten to speak on the matter.
I am
Mr.
aware.
Stepp has not gotten to speak on the matter, but naturally all the people who want to commit fraud.
Bring this member to order, please.
Please calm down.
Please mute him.
A piece of parliamentary inquiry that I was unaware of. If tabling is not debatable, I do apologize for even letting it be debated in the first place.
The main motion was debatable and you cut off debate for calling the question. This is inappropriate.
That is
This is
what
being
Some-
manipulated to cut off debate against the matter and not
Please
let people
bring
speak
Mr.
to it.
Chatterton to order.
From my
Members have
understanding,
claimed that nothing was
please,
submitted, and there was
you have
proof
not been
of Mr. Curcio
recognized,
submitting it
Mr. Chatterton.
in the chat. They
Mr.
are lying about
Chatterton
communications
has not
with
been
our
recognized.
Tabling
attorney.
will not.
A
We're
point
going
of
to move to a
parliament,
vote.
that
all
is
right.
out of order to call other names liars, frauds, cheats.
The
No
proof
one
that
is
you are a
lying.
liar is
Guys,
in the
we are
chat.
not going
You just
down
Mr.
said
the
the
rabbit
Chair,
attorney
hole
please
hasn't
right
done
now.
call the member to
anything,
order.
Please, I'm
and
calling
Decorum.
the
everyone.
proof that he has is
Everyone.
in the chat.
Everyone.
You are lying
We
to
have
this board
to
about the
be
matters of its own legal affairs.
professional. Please, I'm calling everyone to order. Please, everyone, can we just move on professionally, politely? We've all been attacking each other all night. Now, if this is not
No, not
debatable, we
all.
will proceed to a direct vote. All right, all in favor of tabling, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay.
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 Any abstentions other than myself?
Abstain, Charles.
One accounted vote.
All right,
A
division
recorded
has been
vote.
called. Miss Secretary, could you please run us through a vote?
Scott,
Aye.
Trevor,
No.
Donna, yes. Dana,
Yes.
Jay,
Yes.
Tori,
No.
Raphael,
Yes.
Larry Henneman,
No.
Larry Johnson,
Yes.
Charles Essner,
Abstain.
Dave Franklin,
No.
Andrew Chatterton,
No.
Tim Teagan,
Abstain.
6 to 6 to 2.
You didn't call me, Donna.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss you? Oh, I did. That's
I
an
vote
important
yes.
one. I'm sorry. How did I do that? Make sure I get
So it's
everybody.
7 to 6
I'd
to
like
2.
a recount on that. I believe she was counted already.
No, we have Scott, Donna, Dana, Jay, Raphael, Larry, Angela. That's 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Trevor.
Calling either of our abstentions to oppose this bullshit cover up.
Please stop interrupting.
From the total vote now is 7 to 6 to 2. It does pass. This motion will be tabled until the next month. Thank you all.
Yeah, plenty of
And
time for
now
the
I
fraud to continue and
please
wrap
no
up.
interrupt. I can
Motion to
understand.
remove Andrew Chatterton to the meeting from the meeting for consistent continued interruptions.
Don't
More
think that's in
retaliation,
order.
more retaliation. You want to continue to put
I
board
do
members
not
under
believe-
duress, Dana?
I
Carry
do
on
not
Oh,
for
you're
believe
done
Salima
with
from
your
last
legal
week.
threats.
We
The case
cannot
is still ongoing, and you guys are
cannot
covering up the
resort
communication with the attorney.
to these attacks. I don't think that's in order unless somebody can bring up anything specifically that would allow that to be order. I don't think that's in order.
Another pattern of more
right,
retaliatory and more
Roberts
duress
does
against
allow
board
for that,
members.
Mr. Chair.
Chatterton,
You
I
cannot
will
put
ask-
board members
I
under
understand you are
duress for
frustrated.
exercising their legal rights.
Mr. Chatterton, I do understand you are frustrated. I will ask for your cooperation so we can try to get to some of the main matters at hand tonight. We have not.
I
even
ask
gotten
for
to
the
Benson.
resignation of every person that just voted yes on that motion. How about that?
Mr. All right.
Yes,
Now, if we
please
can move
resign,
forward,
Andrew.
in order to move forward, I would have to entertain a motion to extend time. I believe it's all right. Does anyone want to make the main motion? I did hear somebody want to second it, but I can't make the motion as
I
chair.
will make the motion to extend time so that we can finish the committee reports.
Does
Second.
that have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right. Do any of the hands up have debate? Is this a debatable motion? I'm a little ignorant of extending times. All right. Is there any debate?
If it falls under the suspend the rules, no, it is not.
All right. In order to suspend the rules, that's a 2/3, correct?
No, it's everything on our board is a simple majority except for a couple of things. This isn't one of them.
All right, thank you for that. All in favor of extending the time, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay.
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 I think I might have to call division on
Order of
that.
the day.
I don't think I can get a good vote on that. Ms. Secretary, could you run us through a quick division vote?
Okay, so this is to extend time so that we can plan our committee convention.
Not what the
Scott,
motion was.
Scott Bowman,
Aye.
Motion, point of order. The motion was to extend time for the officer and committee reports. It wasn't to do the convention business.
The
Why are we
original
extending
one
time
was,
for the committee reports when we need
Is the committee.
we'll have to extend time for everything, and that was the intent
didn't
of the
make a
motion.
convention committee?
okay, the
Are we-
convention committee report is the next thing on the menu, and that was the motion.
All right. Mr. Bowman was an aye. If you can continue through the rest of your vote,
Trevor
Ms.
Step,
Secretary.
No.
I vote yes. Dana,
Yes.
Dave,
Yeah.
Tori Heinrich,
Yes.
Raphael Wolf,
Yes.
Larry Henneman,
Yes.
Larry Johnson,
Yes.
Angela Thornton,
Yes.
Charles Essner,
Yes.
Dave Franklin,
Nay.
Andrew Chatterton,
Nay.
Tim Teagan.
Abstain.
10-3-1.
All right. Time is extended. We will continue with our business in order. I believe we only got through the first litigation committee report. We still have a membership committee report, if anyone has that.
I don't know that I have not received that.
That's
I
on
have
the
a
agenda.
message. Oh, sorry.
I'll
Have a message.
recognize you. Yes.
So we're still having those same issues with Civi that we had last month, where some of the data does not look like it's correct. So he didn't want to submit an incorrect report.
All right. Thank you. All right. We can move on from then. Mr. Johnson, I see your hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I failed to put it down earlier. I'm good.
Mr. Bowman, is your hand up?
Yeah, it's a
report?
point of, I guess, a point of information or information provided here. Earlier, a member was asking, and in the cast, I'm not sure which one. What would be a just cause to remove someone from a meeting? I've enumerated some reasons in chat. I think reason number one would have been applicable under those circumstances. So just an FYI at this point.
All right. Duly noted. If needed to move forward, that information is in chat. Hopefully, it doesn't have to be used. All right. Is there any other committee reports before moving on?
All orders of the day.
I have one thing to mention about.
Excuse me, we called orders of the day. We have to.
We
Okay.
are
It's a new
on
business.
committee reports. If there,
Is Mr. Wolf trying to give a committee report?
do you have a report, Mr. Wolf?
I have just some information about the finances. Mr.
We're
Duke
on
was
committee reports. Then that's not in order right now, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, please call Mr. Chatterton to order.
If it's not actually on a committee report, I think it may be more applicable to deal with open floor, Mr. Wolf.
a committee report versus the officer report. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
We're I called
Can
order
you
of the
scroll
day.
down
We're
on
in
the
new
agenda,
business.
Ms. Secretary? Ms. Secretary? Could
I'm
you scroll down on
trying.
the
I got all these other things up.
Completed all the committee reports. Orders of the day
Yes.
takes us to new business.
New business. I'm just trying to make sure everyone can see what the first item is. All right, we are now on the convention committee report, actually. Who has the convention committee report? We haven't even gotten into that.
Mr. Chair, do we have a convention committee?
Yes.
Yes, it was
We
added
appointed one
members
last
from last month.
When did we add members?
Last
Last
month,
month. We chose many members last month.
When?
like it was in the regular meeting. I can't recall. It's in the minutes if you'd like to review them.
Mr. Chair, why is he allowed to interrupt repeatedly?
Gosh, over and over and over.
Yeah, well, please note, everyone, please raise your hand, be recognized. It is
Can
getting
anyone
very
say who
excessive.
the members who were appointed were?
Can you
Maybe
wait to
Mr.
be
Charles
recognized, Mr. Chatterton, if you don't mind, just to keep it orderly? But first hands up are Mr. Steps and Mr. Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure why we're discussing which national region we should be in. That's not up to the board.
Believe it
We were
was
talking
added
about
by
committee
our
reports.
secretary.
I thought we were on the orders of the
Point
day.
of order.
New business.
Okay,
Point of order. The agenda was already voted on and approved.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
he
on.
does have a
It's after
fact on
8:15.
that.
We're on convention committee.
Yes, we are down the list of orders. We are on convention committee. Who has the convention committee report? Can you just speak?
Can anyone clarify who's on the convention committee?
We will
Mr.
once
Chair.
You were
Yes,
at the
Charles.
last meeting.
Yeah, I don't believe we appointed one. I think we
Mr.
tabled
Chair.
that. We said
Okay,
that
dude, if this will
Yes.
stop him,
All right.
I would like to interrupt with this information so he'll shut up. It was Angela, Mike Saliba, Charles, myself, and then Tim was there because Tim is the chair and he's on all the things if he wants to be. Okay, now can we move on and let
Thank
Charles
you.
speak?
All right. Charles, do you have the convention report?
I can give a short report. So,
Thank you.
yes, so we've been collecting information on venues. Raphael, several other people made some suggestions from Donna. We've been making calls and have a spreadsheet set up where we're getting all the pricing and stuff. There's a couple different options that we can look at, which is one, going low cost as possible, which might involve having to provide certain things like chairs and stuff. But that gets the cost down to, $1,000 or less for the physical venue and stuff like that. But we may have to provide certain things like a microphone and stuff like that. It also locations possibly near affiliates that we're having issues with to try and get interest. For example, like the Hillsdale area. Then also the other options are for something simpler, but still a little more expensive. For example, like a Holiday Inn convention room, which can seat, depends on the Holiday Inn specifically, but it can seat between 100 and 200 people, possibly. And they're located typically near a highway or something. Location is really just near somewhere drivable, for example, like Troy, which is near 75. And they have all the facilities in there. Something like that would be base price right around $1,000, potentially more depending on exactly what we want to do. And then there's also other options. For example, I called Pontiac. There's the Lafayette, I believe it's called Lafayette Grand. It's one of the old buildings where there's lots of weddings and conventions that have been held in the past. I'm not sure with the Libertarian Party, but I think so. And in there, there's easily able to hold 200 plus people for a 12-hour day. Is base price right around $2,000. Food and all the amenities can be provided. That's a per head count. So depending on how we want to go, we could get pricing on stuff like that. And a venue like that would also provide all your AV, and it has like a stage and stuff, so candidates can make speeches and stuff like that. So it's good presentation. So that's kind of the range, kind of low, kind of do-it-yourself thing, medium, very simple sort of place like a hotel convention room, or a higher end, which would be like the Lafayette Grand. But the price, and then depending exactly on the amenities, prices would change. That's where we're at right now with the convention. We're just nailing down responses from the various venues, and we'll have something compiled shortly, and I'll send an email out to the board later this week with our final details, just so that we can keep moving, and everyone's informed.
So
All right,
I have a
that,
question. I'm sorry. Can you put me in the queue? Because I had a question
Yeah,
about notice.
I'll
Convention
have
notice.
you after Ms. Carver. Mr. Johnson, I see your hand up. Is this related to
Yes.
convention report?
Yes. I would like to announce my resignation from the convention committee. I'm doing this because I am going to seek to participate in the convention's credentials committee. I don't want to have too much on my plate. And plus the committee seems to be adequately staffed at this time. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. We appreciate notice on that.
I
Ms.
did have
Carver?
one other point of information related to
Yes.
this. My understanding is that we need to have a notice go out that would include location before the 28th of this month. So if we're not going to vote on a location today, we're going to need to have a special meeting.
Special meeting.
Yeah, we need
All right.
need to vote on a yeah.
If we don't get it tonight, I will call a special meeting next weekend. All right, Ms. Carver, you're recognized.
I just wanted to fill in a little bit of a gap because what that part of my speaking was going to be on the fact that if we don't decide tonight, we'll have to have a special meeting very soon. The two main ones that he was talking about, I could give some information on that. I updated the thing we have, but I don't know if people saw it, the spreadsheet. The Jackson City Center was, so we could maybe decide between the two that seemed the best. The Jackson City Center is located in downtown Jackson on the south side of it. That would be close to that affiliate. I called a bunch of places in Jackson. This was the best as far as cheap. That one, at first we were supposed to get our own tables, but they do have tables and chairs. It adds 500. Shoot. He was $200 on that. That's in the spreadsheet. I'd have to find it real quick. If somebody could pull up the spreadsheet, I filled that in. But it gives us 20 rounds, which gives us enough for 200 people after it's all said and done. It is an extra dollars to have that, and all that we would have to do at the end is stack up the chairs, but they set it all up for you. They do have AV now, which is an extra $200, but they don't have a projector. So they have mics, speakers, all that mess, but no projector. It's $800 for the room for the day. So I think I got it to, was about going to be between 12 and 1500 was what I came up with a $200 deposit. That gets us 12 hours on a Sunday, full day. She said we could set up at 9. So it gives us 12 hours. That includes our setup and tear down.
30 seconds.
And well, this is part of a committee report. And then also the other one was the Troy Marriott, I believe, or Holiday Inn that he had found, and that was like 1200, and it has things added to it. So if you guys want to vote on those two, were the two best that we found, or yes, we would have to have another meeting.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Carver, for bringing that to us. I do appreciate it. And Mr. Stepp, you're next.
Mr. Chair, can we get that spreadsheet on the screen?
Ms. Carver, could you send that to our secretary? That would be appreciated.
I will. Donna, can you put your email in, your like Gmail email into the chat, and I will approve access.
Okay.
We'll try and get that up for you shortly.
If I still have the floor, I could ask, is AV included in that spreadsheet?
I believe she did bring up the pricing for AV.
Yeah, AV is included on the spreadsheet. That is one of the considerations. Just a second, I'm in the middle of getting the tour.
If I did it right, it's on there.
If everyone don't mind some patience while we bring that up, we may be able to decide on a location tonight, so we don't have to do a special meeting.
We also have to just decide on agenda items tonight, not necessarily times for part of notice.
All right, well, we could move on to agenda items while we wait to get that spreadsheet.
That works.
All right. Does anyone have that on hand that we might be able to display or bring up?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. It's basically candidates, second vice chair, District 5 rep. And if we wanted to do resolutions, that was a pretty full day, but anybody can add. The thing is, we do need to notice everything that we're going to have on the agenda, from my understanding. It has to be in the 60-day notice.
All right, does anyone have anything to perhaps add to the agenda, or Mr. Bowman?
One thing, and I don't know if this is possible, but if because it's now become a hypothetical, because as far as I know, Mr. Duke has not received funds from the the lawsuit settlement, but it looks like we can afford to do more now, and it would be good to have some kind of Saturday night activity for people coming in, since we're going to be doing this all on a Sunday, the business on a Sunday. That was just a thought. I don't know if the convention committee sees that as putting too much on their plate at this point, or whether that's workable.
All right, thank you for that suggestion, Mr. Bowman. Mr. Johnson, you're next.
I would like to make a motion to adopt the agenda for the June convention as submitted.
Second.
All right, that motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion on that? Mr. Essner, I see your hand up.
That's enough of this. I was going to respond to
Okay.
Scotty.
Thank you. Mr. Sheridan, I see your hand just went up.
I'd like to amend the proposal of the agenda to also include motions for the removal of every board member who voted to retain Nick Curcio.
Well, I don't believe I hear a second. I'm not positive that would have been in order anyway.
It
I could be
absolutely
wrong.
would be in order. I would ask anyone who would be interested for accountability on this board to second it.
Second.
Oh, of course, little mouse seconded it.
All right,
Good.
I have heard
Move
a
the
second.
question.
Please.
Yeah.
So I'd
What-
like to speak to the motion if I could.
Absolutely ridiculous.
I'll allow it. Sure. I don't think it'll pass. 2 minutes. You got to speak to your motion.
So I would point out that back in, I believe it was December, that this board voted to retain the personal attorney that was hired by Angela Canny, Mike Saliba, and Joe Brungart. Those individuals retained Mr. Curcio back in early 2023, if memory serves, at the start of the Comerica case, whenever that happened to be. And he immediately made filings at that time in the start of the case that he was the representative of the party. And that is on record in the court. We all know, however, that later that year, it was ruled conclusively by the trademark court that those individuals had no authority to call themselves the rightful representatives of the leadership of the Libertarian Party of Michigan, as was determined in that final
1 minute.
ruling in that case. I believe that happened in late 2024 for the appeal, and then probably sometime after that in the final case in the Eastern District. However, though, after the board voted in December to retain Mr. Curcio directly representing the party, despite the fact that he had opposed the party all the time prior, resulted in the former chair, Mr. Miramonte, resigning his position from this board for refusal to
30 seconds.
embrace such a conflict of interest. So I think it's very important, given that Mr. Miramonte took the honorable approach in that we should honor his sacrifice of his position that you all mostly campaigned with him for, to elect him for that. I think the body of this party should get the chance to hear and evaluate a motion as to whether or not he was rightful in his act to resign, and I think we should therefore have a motion of no confidence against each of those board members that were listed.
All right, your time is up, Mr. Sheridan. Next in line, Mr. Bowman.
Move the question.
Moving the question, calling the question. Second. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Oh, calling the question.
Aye.
Aye.
Calling the question?
Yes, just calling the question, then debate. All opposed of calling the question, please say nay.
Nay.
No.
Nay.
Nay.
No.
Any abstentions other than myself? All right, calling the question has failed. So
Division.
Why don't we want to
on
hear why
question?
people think that we shouldn't have that vote? Why don't we just let people speak on it briefly and have a vote?
Calling the question, it is in order to do so, but division has been called on calling the question. Ms. Secretary, if you could run us through a vote.
Why doesn't anyone want to go on record on this, guys?
Call him to order.
Please, no interrupting everyone. If we can get through this vote, if it fails, we can continue debate if we want to. Ms. Secretary?
Okay, so this is for calling the question.
Yes.
Scott,
Aye.
Trevor,
No.
I vote yes. Dana,
No.
Jay,
Yes.
Tori, Raphael,
No.
Larry Henneman,
No.
Larry Johnson,
Yes.
Charles Essner.
Yes, don't forget Angela.
Oh, I don't know why she's. Okay, I'm sorry. Angela Thornton.
Yes.
Charles voted yes. Mike Saliba or Dave Franklin.
No.
Andrew Chatterton.
No. I want people to explain why they think that was okay.
Okay, I am counting 6-6 because is Tori still not here? 6-6-1.
Tori, are you here? Give her 2 seconds. All right, now I abstain. So
Oh, for God's sake.
5 votes do fail. So we can continue debate. Ms. Carver, I believe you were next.
This is a frivolous motion.
Why?
Could you please stop him? This
Yeah.
is a frivolous motion, and this is just useless. This is just merely Andrew angry because he didn't get his way in court again. And there's no reason to do this. There's no reason to put members on trial at convention when this is just could be the most simple convention. We could do the votes and be done and move on with our lives. But once again, here's Mr. Chatterton continuing the divide, continuing the hate, continuing the bullshit, because this entire motion again is frivolous. There's the board voted for an attorney. The board voted for an attorney. The board did its job. That attorney did his job, and he did a good job of it. And it is over with. This is just stupid.
Thank you, Ms. Carver. Mr. Stepp, you're next. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to speak to the motion that I'm in favor of it. The proof is as simple as Mr. Miramonte was voted in chair by the body, and then this came to him, and he resigned over this. And that says all that needs to be said. on that matter. But there's something else that's been going on here all night, is that someone said that Andrew Chatterton said that he didn't want the funds returned to the party, and that's just not true. In that order, it specifically was requested that the funds be returned to the party. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Stepp. Mr. Wolf, you're next. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure Mr. Miramonte's resignation is proof of anything other than having a life burden of children that was newly born. I don't remember seeing any extra additional letter being written by him about his resignation, and it's sort of immaterial anyway to the court matters, because the goal of the Libertarian Party was to recover funds, and that's what happened. Mr. Curcio took that across the finish line, and here we are. I'm not really sure why Mr. Chatterton is doing whatever motions he's doing tonight and activities accusing all kinds of members of things, other than he's upset about the outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Mr. Chatterton, would you like to go for your second time?
Oh, yes, please. So I would note in response to Mr. Wolf there hasn't been an outcome yet. The judge hasn't issued an order in the case. Furthermore, to clarify that the claims that this is about being upset about the outcome of the money getting
Chair, limit
returned.
responses to 1
I'm
minute.
actually thrilled that the money is getting returned, and that was the
1 minute,
foundational
Senator.
element of my motion to the court. However, I'm not thrilled about the fact that individuals who have testified in court have directly acted to siphon money recently away from the party, to filter money that was paid to their personal attorneys in 2023, then having money siphoned away from this board's own treasury to repay the people that paid for their attorneys. That's the part I'm not okay with, and the fact that nobody here in their responses wants to address the fact that Mr. Curcio spent 2 years
1 minute.
as the personal attorney for the 3 individuals who were litigating against the party is very much speaking to the fact that this is fraud that they're all covering up. They have not gotten this ruling as they've
I
laid it out
object to
as
that
of this
comment.
time.
I
And
object
they
to
have
the-
voted
Please
repeatedly
let him finish.
to cover up their own fraud and to
Then let-
suppress this board from hearing the feedback, and even to be privy to the
Decorum.
communications with the attorney that they forced through, and they put this board under
30
duress to
seconds.
hire. And then they threatened to remove members from the board repeatedly and explicitly if people didn't cave and capitulate to their legal arguments that were written for them personally, counter to the interests of the party, and yet were bulldozed
15
through this
seconds.
board under duress to make sure that those things passed. That's the things that I'm concerned about. And it's very troubling to hear the people that spent the last 5 years talking about how the members should have a say sit here and say that the members shouldn't get to hear about their
All right,
own
Mr.
legal
Chatterton,
exploits and
I
have
do
a
hate to
say on
interrupt,
whether or not
but
they're
your
fit to continue
2
to
minutes
represent the party.
is up. All right, Mr. Bowman, I have skipped you a couple of times because you spoke earlier and your hand didn't go down from
Okay.
something previous. You want to be recognized for this?
Sure.
All right, 2
Am I?
minutes. Yep,
Okay.
2 minutes.
I opposed this motion because we have in our bylaws the election every 2 years for a reason that apparently many members, including Mr. Chatterton and his supporters, had supported the idea that we elect officers every 2 years to not mix it up this internal matter with the very important matter of nominating candidates to run for office. What I see now, and his comments continue to support this assertion of mine, that this is retaliatory, it's bitter grapes over past incidents, and
No, it's
really wanting to do
present
to
theft going
us
on.
what we
It
did to
happened last
him,
month.
back in 2022 in Holly, except this time have notice, which of course was one of the sticking points of the JC hearings. But this is all about retaliation and nothing more.
It's about
Thank you,
the
Mr.
theft
Bowman.
that happened last
Please
month.
wait in order.
Institutional theft.
Please wait in order to be recognized. Ms. Thornton, you are next. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was no fraud committed. There were no threats to remove members who wouldn't vote. There's never been a threat to remove anybody. Andrew is just making things up in his own mind. All those discussions happened in executive session. So if there was a leak, that's, that's unfortunate, but apparently it wasn't a very good leak because they weren't giving him proper information. I will point out that after the trademark suit was issued, Mr. Chatterton could have gone to court with the party money and recovered all the funds at that time. He chose not to. We don't know why, doesn't matter now. That's all in the past. But for him to say he didn't want to get the money back. He clearly didn't want to get the money back. He was more intent on spending party money on suing the three of us than he was on recovering the funds for the party. There was nothing we could have done to stop him at that time.
Angela, how many times have you sued me?
I'm sorry.
How many times? How many times have I sued anybody?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair.
I pause your time.
Yeah, Mr. Chatterton could have gone to court at any time after the trademark suit to get the money back with absolutely no resistance from us.
No, you just stole the $40,000 that would have paid the attorney.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Your fraud denied the party of that.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chatterton, please no interrupting when another person has the floor unless it's an interrupting motion.
I would like to make a motion to have Mr. Chatterton. I would like to see you make a motion to remove Mr. Chatterton. This is ridiculous. He is calling us names. There is no fraud. We've done everything absolutely with the support of the board, with the support of the members, which I suspect is actually the thing that sticks in his throat.
Why don't you want the members to have a vote?
Stop!
I didn't vote yet, Andrew. You have no idea how I'm going to vote.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, you know what? This crosstalk is ridiculous. Apparently, again, I would like to see a motion to remove Andrew so we can actually do business. But the fact that the board had to wait this long to get the money back is absolutely Mr. Chatterton's fault for not filing for it a year and a half ago.
5 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton. Ms. Carver, would you like to speak for your second time?
I would like to also reiterate what Mrs. Thornton said. RONR 63.6, a member may be removed for persistent disruption of the meeting. Mr. Chatterton has continued to disrupt this meeting, and that is why these meetings continue to go on and on and on and on.
No.
And if we are to discuss this motion real quick, what Andrew is asking for is to remove a majority of this board at the next convention. This is going to make that convention go overtime because we're not planning on a 3-day convention. We're planning on one Sunday.
All right. So can I infer that you would like to act on the Roner 63-1 against Mr. Chatterton? You would like to make that motion?
I'll be your Huckleberry. I'll make the motion.
I will second it.
All right. I really don't like these, but it has been made. It has been seconded.
Point of parliamentary order, Mr. Chair. Should we dispose of the current motion on the floor before beginning a new one?
I believe this type of motion would be an interrupting motion. I mean, I could be wrong, but judging by the wording and basis on grounds it would be used, I think it could be used at any time.
Thank you.
I agree with the chair.
All right. Can anyone please help me? Is this a 2/3 or a simple majority to remove a member for a single meeting? Does anyone have that information they might be able to bring up to me?
Simple majority, Mr. Chair.
That is a simple majority vote.
Yeah, our bylaws say everything is a simple majority except for a couple of things, removing board members, passing resolutions. So this would be a simple majority.
All right. Is it a debatable motion? Does anyone know? It is. All right. I will open up debate to remove Mr. Sheridan for this meeting on grounds of Roner 63-1 disruptiveness. Mr. Henneman, I saw your hand up from earlier, but do you want to be recognized for that too?
Yeah, I want to move to amend the motion to expel Andrew from the meeting and add Dana Carver for repeatedly shouting profanities during the meeting.
I believe those would have to be split up into two different motions. So you could address it after the fact if you wish to also bring up that argument, but I think this type of motion can only be handled one at a time, unless I'm wrong.
It would be in order to include both, but it would be possible to divide.
Mr. Franklin?
Yes. I mean, obviously, I'm inclined to vote no on the motion, but I think I have the opinion that if Andrew would make a commitment verbally to all of us here that from this point on, he will maintain decorum and make his points in a timely manner when someone else is not speaking, that we should consider that and vote no if he agrees to that.
Thank you for that, Mr. Franklin. Moving next on the line, Mr. Stepp.
Mr. Chair, was Mr. Chatterton formally asked to, by the chair, to hold back, or was it just people shouting to ask
I
him to be
have
silent?
asked him a couple of times. I have asked a
Okay, so
couple
that was
other
a formal
people at
warning.
least once, yes. All right, is there anything else on your time you'd like to ask, Mr. Stepp?
No.
Thank you. All right, moving on next, Ms. Thornton. 2 minutes.
Nobody's mind is going to be changed by this debate, so I would move to call the question.
Second.
I would just add that I will agree to the terms that Mr. Franklin mentioned if that affects anybody's considerations on the matter. I
All
stand
right,
by my previous statements that I've made.
Point of
and
order.
all
All right,
that,
I will-
but
I
I
will-
will
Chair,
rein it
he
in
does
for
not
the
have
rest
the
of the meeting.
floor.
I know you do not have the floor, but we have heard, and that is duly noted, Mr. Chatterton. Thank you for that. All right, all in favor of calling the question, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions other than myself? All right, question has been called. All in favor of enacting Roner 63-1 disruptiveness against Mr. Chatterton and remove him for the single meeting, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay.
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 Any
Division.
abstentions? All right. Ms. Secretary, could you run us through a quick roll call vote?
Okay, removing Andrew from the meeting. Scott Bowman.
Nay.
Trevor Stepp.
No.
I vote yes. Dana.
Yes.
Jay Gillette.
Yes.
Tori Heinrich.
No.
Raphael Wolf.
Yes.
Larry Henneman.
No.
Larry Johnson.
Yes.
Angela Thornton.
Yes.
Charles Essner. Charles.
Mr. Eschner, you're muted. We can come back
Sorry.
to him.
No,
What?
I'm here. No.
Dave Franklin.
No.
Andrew Chatterton.
What's the total?
Don't vote.
What?
He asked, what is the total vote roll call so far?
Right now it's 6-6.
Vote no.
Tim
And
Keegan.
I abstain, so that vote does fail. Yeah, hopefully we can move forward more politely and try to keep quorum throughout the rest of the meeting. We
I'll
are now
stand by
back.
my commitment to avoid interruptions going forward.
Thank you. All right.
He's
I
already
see the
interrupting.
irony.
You guys are
I see the
freaking
irony,
out.
but please, we can continue. All right. Moving forward, we are now back at the motion Mr. Chatterton had brought up previously. Is there any debate, or can we go to a quick vote on it? All right, seeing no debate, all in favor of the motion to recommend resignations at the next convention, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Yay.
We get a roll call
Nay.
vote on this one, please.
Absolutely.
All right, sure thing. Ms. Secretary, can you run us through a roll call vote?
Okay. Scott Bowman, this is amending the convention agenda, correct?
I vote nay.
Trevor Stepp,
Yes.
I vote no. Dana Carver,
No.
Jay Gillette,
No.
Tori Heinrich,
Abstain.
Raphael Wolf,
No.
Larry Henneman.
No,
Is that a no?
that's a no.
Larry Johnson,
No.
Angela Thornton,
Absolutely. Let's go.
is that a yes?
100% a yes. I'm comfortable where I stand.
Charles Essner,
No.
Dave Franklin,
If Angela's comfortable, I'm comfortable saying yes.
Andrew Chatterton,
Yes.
Tim Teagan,
I abstain.
4 to 8 to 2.
All right, that fails. All right, moving forward, where were we? Oh yeah, the agenda. Is there anything else anyone might want to add to the agenda for the convention? Or was that an amendment to a motion to approve the agenda, correct?
It was.
I believe
Correct.
that's right.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that. Is there any more debate on approving the agenda?
Call the question.
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor of calling the question real quick, please say aye.
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 All right, all opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions other than myself? All right, question is called. All in favor of approving the agenda as written, please say aye.
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 All
Aye.
opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions other than myself? All right, agenda is approved for the convention, and we got the spreadsheet in front of us for the locations. If anyone would like to make a motion to adopt a specific location, you have the
May I-
information to do so.
May I
Mr. Bowman?
Yeah,
Oh,
point
Mr.
of
Estes,
personal
sorry.
privilege. I can't read that. It's way too small, and I have a big giant computer screen, and I still can't read it.
Well, I don't know.
Are you able to zoom in with your computer, Mr. Bowman?
I can
It got.
zoom in.
Can we like put that document in the chat or something? I don't know.
I
Download
can't
it.
see it either. It's unreadable.
Who's hosting it?
So I am going to try again to come up.
You could do a control and scroll your mouse up. That'll zoom in.
If
Yeah,
you're
but
on
the
a
thing
phone,
is
you can
it
pinch and
goes
zoom.
it goes really high. It goes really far over. So you guys see it now?
Yeah, but I can't look at it at once. That's why I'm wondering if
That's
we could
what I
just
mean.
like put
So
it
if I make it bigger,
into the chat.
that's what happens.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
So we have the holiday, we have 5 places.
Somebody asked for the chair?
yes, Charles.
Yes.
Do we mind setting a budget first? And then we can, because it will help with the understanding of which route to go, because we were unsure of funds. And unfortunately, I am still a little unsure of funds because of Andrew Duke not being here. And I'm kind of concerned.
I have the numbers for the bank account if anybody would like them.
That would be greatly appreciated.
Can you send those to me, please?
I did. I texted it to you.
All right, who
Okay.
has the numbers for the bank account? If you could just run through our quick.
This is Raphael. So I
And then-
contacted Andrew, who's in my affiliate, and told him about tonight's meeting, and he said he couldn't make it, but here's the numbers. So the business
Okay.
checking is 35, 65, and 37 cents. The other business checking account, which I'm not sure what the differences are, but that's 31, 61, and 79 cents. And then the third business checking account is 55.15 and 54 cents.
All right, so the
Thank you.
two bank accounts over $3,000 balance and one over 5,000. I don't know what are the federal accounts, but minimal maximum would be absolutely no more than 3,000 to take from the right bank account, I think. That's my understanding on how to use those bank accounts are misled.
Yeah, it's a total of $12,242.70.
Yeah. So do you mind if I speak, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Since it's part of the committee. So I guess what I would propose is that we discuss a budget first to understand the price, and then we can discuss the venue second.
That sounds appropriate.
So I would make a motion that we discuss a budget of X, that number to be filled in after we debate the motion, if that's in order.
I might be stretching it, but I'll entertain it. The spirit sounds good enough. Is there any debate on the funds to allocate? Mr. Johnson, I see your hand up. Mr.
Sorry.
Johnson? Yep.
Sorry, I was muted. I was going to make a motion to approve no more than $3,000, and since whatever fund we draw from, we can see that we have that much, up to $3,000 for the upcoming convention.
All right.
I would second that, or just put that number in my motion, either way.
But I'm
Yeah,
plugged.
okay. We can go. I'll start the bidding, so to say, at 3,000. Mr. Sheridan, I see your hand up.
Do I get to speak to my motion immediately, or do I need to wait?
I'll allow you to speak. I'll start your timer on that.
Okay. I think we already had a multi-day convention back in January. I don't think we need another multi-day convention. We can almost certainly bring this in under $3,000. Setting it at $3,000 guarantees that we won't go over the allowed amount, since we're not sure which of those accounts we're allowed to draw from. And if we get it for considerably less than that, or if we get members to make contributions by buying, whatever packages we decide to offer, or to make contributions directly to the convention, it will help cover those costs. I believe that we need far less than $3,000 to be spent up front, and we may recover some of those funds, but by making it $3,000 or less, that we give ourselves a little wiggle room in the budget so we can move ahead and get this process started. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Chadden, your hand's up next.
Yes, I wanted to clarify, wasn't the entire basis of the discussion that we covered in our last meeting that we were going to shoot for just as little overhead of this event? And I'm pretty, excuse me. I'm pretty sure we talked about like trying to keep the budget like under $1,000. So I'm really curious as to why we would just bump that up all of a sudden to 3 without any kind of assurances, and the arguments put it forward that just were to say like hopefully we'll recoup some of that. We've gone like 4 or 5 straight conventions at this point with very little revenue, and if we're reducing our offerings on that even further, it seems rather irresponsible to just throw the max amount that we could out of any of our accounts and hope for keeping within that without really a plan for that. I would suggest that we should be
1 minute.
considering to have a little bit more thorough evaluation from this. I thought I heard somebody suggest a later special meeting to finalize these matters, and it doesn't sound like we've got a huge grasp on exactly what we're trying for and what we're doing, and I don't think it's the most responsible course to try to rush a decision through at this time without having the opportunity to go through that, and especially with our treasurer being absent to comment on which funds we're allowed to use from, and the further, I think it would be irresponsible to act tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Sheridan. Mr. Franklin, your hand's up next. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, I'm just slightly concerned at us deciding on a number before we've even gone over all the options. But I would like to make a friendly amendment to the motion for the $3,000 and add that it's contingent upon all of us as voting members of the LEC to commit to donating $100 apiece, so that we will then cover at least half of that 3,000, so that our total expenditure will end up being 1,500.
I will make a
Second.
personal comment. I've been unemployed 2 months, so I have about $25 in my bank account. I may get more within the month, but I'm a painter. I'm out of season, so just keep that in mind. But does that friendly amendment have a second?
Pretty sure I know $350 that could have come for it.
Hey, I will
Okay.
cover Tim's portion, and I will second.
You will second? All right. We can go debate on that, but before we do, have a parliamentary inquiry for the board here. Is it legal for us, so to say, to incentivize direct donations?
I don't think that it's proper for us to do this, to require donations from board members to fund events. That's certainly not in our bylaws. And I don't think that we should do that.
I definitely love the spirit of the motion, but I just I don't know if it's proper. I haven't had to deal with that address.
Clever.
Yes.
There's definitely nothing improper on that. The proposed motion was to only move forward with the authorization if $100 is donated from each member. That's not anything inappropriate, and it's a completely in order motion.
All right. And that
Well,
wording,
you
I
get
guess,
the rule on that, Mr. Chair. He doesn't.
I mean, if no one has anything directly that they can quote that it is out of order, I would rule it in order, but I just am concerned it might be improper. Now, I just wanted to address that before I go forward. If anyone has anything that they can quote,
Nobody seconded his motion anyway.
Charles did second on the grounds he would pay for my lack of funding, which I would appreciate if it passes.
Mr. Chair?
And once
yes.
again, it's illegal to make a donation on someone else's behalf to a political party. That's a violation of election law.
Point of order.
Yes.
No one suggested that the donation would be camouflaged as to who it was from. It was saying that it would cover the obligation under this motion to make the donation. I don't think Mr. Essner had any intention of lying about who the donation would be from on campaign finance, and I think that's an irresponsible assertion to suggest otherwise.
Yeah, well, I'll wait till my hand is up to speak on
All right.
that.
Okay, we will go through these hands up real quick. Mr. Stepp, I see your hand up first.
Yeah, my question is that money that was proposed, does that include the postcards? Or is that like a separate consideration?
I don't know why we can't do email notices. That's on the agenda.
I do believe it would include any postal going out, $3,000 for the whole convention and event at cost.
Tim, do you mind if I make a mention about the address the postcard?
Do I still have the floor or not?
Would you like to yield it to Mr. Essner to address postcard?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, so I believe that unless I'm wrong, it depends on what someone has put in Civi. So we would have to check everyone. We would have to check to make sure that is allowed, and we would still have to send some cards of some sort. The amount I would not know.
There are two people, I looked it up. There are two people who are members right now who have opted to unsubscribe. So
from email?
Yep. There's a way to do it. There's a very way to do a simple search.
All right.
Information.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Stepp?
Well, my concern was that, I mean, when I sent out an email through Civi, the delivery rate is less than 1%, like our open rate. So it doesn't seem like a good, I mean, seems to me like something is either wrong with our email or, and that would be completely insufficient if we don't send postcards.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. We
Yes.
appear to be discussing the main motion instead of the amendment. I also have a point of information to give information on the amendment.
Point of information?
Our national committee has had requirements for board members to make contributions of various sorts for many years, and there never was any legal challenge to that. So I do believe it would be in order, although I do plan to vote against it.
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate that input. Do any of the hands up have anything to do with the friendly amendment first off? Ms. Thornton?
Point of information, there is no such thing as a friendly amendment. It's just an amendment.
All right, thank you. The amendment, Ms. Thornton? Did your hand go down or?
I'm sorry, I keep forgetting to take my mute button off.
You're all right.
I just want to clarify that according to the campaign finance rules, we would pretty much want to pull from both accounts, partly state, part federal, because we'll be running candidates on both. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Ms. Thornton. Ms. Carver?
I would just like to remind everybody that we're libertarians, and to have a vote on this would be forcing people to pay money. And I don't believe that's very libertarian. And number two, I will tell you, no matter what you guys vote, I will not be sending any dollars. I do not have dollars to spend on this right now. My husband is going through cancer. We've had to go do a lot of things. We are broke as fuck. We've had our furnace break, our washer break, and we're about to get flooded out of our home soon, possibly, because a lot of shit's going down. And I ain't giving you guys no money, no matter how you vote. So let's just put it that way. Force is force, and we are against force, not aggression.
Thank you, Ms. Carver. Mr. Bowman?
Yeah, earlier I was going to make a comment about it being in order, and I think I'm going to make that comment anyway because it also serves as being argumentative for the point I want to make, which is apparently it's totally in order because it's like two wolves and a sheep voting on what to have for lunch, and the government does that all the time, so it's definitely in order, and we should definitely follow the government's lead.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Mr. Henneman?
Yeah, I can't believe but I'm in 100% agreement with Dana on this one. We're all free to donate whatever size contributions we want to donate, but this just puts our board members that might not have any extra cash in an awkward, embarrassing position. So I plan to vote against this.
Thank you, Mr. Henneman. Mr. Franklin?
Yes, Mr. Chair. If you'd allow it, I will be willing to withdraw my amendment from consideration. I just wish that we would not be setting a budget before we've looked at all the options available to us and then decide which one is best for us based upon what we think we can afford. $3,000 would be approximately 25% of the funds we have available to us, and that seems like a large expenditure for a candidate nominating convention to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, since it has been seconded, we have debated it. I do feel obligated to carry it through to its vote, but I do appreciate your sentiment on it. But we are also available to change the pricing on the main debate. Everyone, please keep that in mind too. Mr. Chardon, your hand's up.
Yeah, so I just generally wanted to speak against the 3,000 in general. I think we should be shooting a lot lower for the convention expenses.
We can shoot that. I will recognize you when we go back to the main debate, but we are on the amendment debate right now, Mr. Chardon.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. Mr. Eschner, your hand's up.
Mr. Franklin is withdrawing. I will withdraw my second.
I do appreciate that, but like I said, I
Or
think
call
we
the
have,
question. Let's vote it down.
let's call the question. All right. Calling the question. Have a second.
Second.
All right. All in favor of calling the question, please say aye.
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 All right. Any opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions other than myself? All right. Question is called. All in
Quick
favor
point
of
of
the
information,
amendment?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
For future reference, if there's no one objecting to moving forward with the vote, it's not necessary to go through the calling the question, the vote.
All right. Duly noted. I will keep that in mind for expediency's sake. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye. All right. All opposed to the amendment, please say nay.
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 Thank you. Any abstentions other than myself? All right. That amendment does fail. We are back onto the main motion. And I do know Mr. Sheridan wanted to speak to that. I'll recognize you first.
Thank you. As was recently pointed out, $3,000 allocation would be roughly 25% of our total assets to the party's name right now. I think that is more than we should be spending. However, we do need to consider the expense for the mailer. I view that as a mandatory expense for having the convention. As Mr. Stepp pointed out, our emails are not a reliable delivery mechanism, and we cannot depend on that for getting a notice to every member of the party that is entitled to receive one. So if we do not issue a mailer noting, that's really the only way we have to documentedly ensure that every member entitled to notice is sent one according to the terms of our bylaws, and that we need to make sure that we are adhering to that, because if we do not, it will be grounds to void the convention. And that is the last thing we need for especially the critical element of our candidates being nominated
1
for
minute.
office. That goes very specifically to our responsibilities as board members. That is a cost we cannot cut. If our business is voided and our candidates are removed from the ballot, that is a failure of one of our most foundational duties as a board. And it is absolutely our responsibility to field that cost and make sure our members are notified appropriately. I would further object to the constant
30 seconds.
comments being done in the chat that are attacking and trying to discredit the valid statements that are being made, that people who spent years undermining those rules and violating them to the detriment of the party should not really have anything to say on those matters. So.
Thank you, Mr. Sheridan. Mr. Eschner, you're next, and Mr. Bowman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I understand people wanting to see the options before picking a budget, but I think at this time, our budgetary concerns are a little bit more critical than our location concerns, and that we should set a budget, and then that will immediately eliminate several items off the list, and then we can go from there. And then that way we spend less time having to worry about the details of each venue, because we've eliminated the ones that are just outside of the budget completely.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Eschner. Mr. Bowman?
Point of information, or point, actually, it's inquiry. Did the original motion that was on the table include any mention of whether or not to use postal delivery as a form of notice for the convention?
I am unaware.
The motion.
Does anyone have an answer to that? If you could speak up.
I made the motion, and it did not include that, although I would consider any form of notice to be a part of the cost of the convention. So, but it didn't specifically mention notice or postal notification.
Can I
Does
comment
that answer your
further
question,
on
Mr.
the
Bowman?
bylaw element of that?
If you can cite a bylaw, I'll allow it.
It would be more on the general point of the importance of postal notice, which I think is getting at the heart of Scotty's question, but I don't want to deviate from that if that's not.
I believe we have heard you say on the importance of if you can quote a quick bylaw, I would allow
Yeah,
that. But
yeah, that's what I'm pulling up.
I have the bylaws pulled up right now. Our bylaw says the executive committee shall notify every Libertarian Party of Michigan and Michigan resident National Libertarian Party member whose dues were current within 3 years of the convention date, time, and location, no less than 30 days prior to the convention. Notification shall be made by at least one of the acceptable modalities for which contact information has been made available to the member. Acceptable modalities shall include email, phone, and United States Postal Service. So if the member has said we want phone calls only, we are supposed to call them. If they say we want mail only, we should mail them. If they want email, we should email them. Donna does have a point. If you have not opted out of email, that cuts out a lot of the postage because it says these acceptable modalities, and it says the acceptable modalities for which contact information is being made available by the member. So if the member has given us their email and has said that's acceptable because they have not opted out, then that would be an acceptable way to do it. It's right there in our bylaws. It is number 5. It is
That's exactly the point I wanted to speak
clause
on.
4, number
some of our
5.
system limitations.
I have the floor. It is clause 4, number 5. We are interrupting again out of turn, Mr. Chatterton.
No, that's the relevant bylaw. You already read it.
all right.
However,
Thank
there's
you
an
for
important
that.
element to that I think needs to be brought to the board's attention.
You don't have the floor,
I
dude.
will.
Don't
I
have
will
the
allow you. I will allow
floor.
you to speak again if you get in quota. But like I said, I was just looking for a quote from the
Yes,
bylaw.
it's
and it
directly
sounds like that.
relevant to the bylaw and the
But is it a-
application of the bylaw. It's
is it a
very
quote?
relevant, and it's not opinionated. It is factual based information of our systems that directly
well,
impacts adherence to that bylaw.
Like I said, Mr. Chairman, I was looking for a quote. It does
Yes.
sound like I had that quote.
But
If you
Mr.
want
Chair,
to speak to
the
it,
problem
I
with
will allow you to
email.
wait and quote. I'll allow you to speak to the email issue if you get in the queue. I will recognize you when time comes.
I'd
Thank you.
appreciate if we don't call the question before then.
I will. That is up to the board, but I would hope that they would allow that. Mr. Bowman, is your hand still up? I forgot if if that answered your questions.
No, I'm sorry. I had my hand up earlier to inquire if the motion even included any issue regarding the mode of notice, and apparently it didn't, but people are reading all kinds of stuff about it anyway.
All right, thank you for that, Mr. Bowman. Mr. Johnson.
I would like to point out a couple of things. First of all, the motion was to spend up to $3,000. That doesn't mean we're going to spend $3,000. We just need to give the committee a little elbow room because we do sometimes have unexpected expenses. And I would also like to point out that the reality is that the expenditure of $3,000 represents only 6% of the total funds that we should have available in the near future. As the judge has ruled that the money should be returned to the party, that $38,000 would be added to the $12,000 plus that we currently have, making the expenditures less than 6% of our total available budget, what will be available to us by the time we have to expend these funds. That's all.
Thank you for that, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Carver?
As Mr. Johnson said, that was just up to a certain amount because we're just trying to figure out where we're going to be, and we need to know how much money to spend to where we're going to be, and we're trying to do this for as cheap as we possibly can. We are going for the cheapest places we can find. Again, arguing over stupid shit.
All right, thank you, Ms. Carver. Ms. Chatterton?
Yes. I agree that we want to do this for as cheap as possible, but cutting the spending on postal notice is not an option, specifically for the reason of the citation from the bylaws that Ms. Carver read. Notification shall be made by at least one of the acceptable modalities for which contact information has been made available by the member. And the vast majority of our members do provide notice for, provide allowance for email notification. However, our systems specifically document, as has already been cited in this meeting, that they do not successfully implement that sending of mail. You can look into our systems and you can see objective proof that people that should get these messages do not get these messages. It happens every single time, and that is why we do the post mailing, because we can documentedly prove that we sent a piece of mail to every person that accepts it. And for every person who opts out of mail, we can specifically document that other means of notice was provided. When we send an email notice to everybody, we tell it to send to all of our people, and it does not send to every individual member on the party that receives notice. Unless somebody is amongst the group of people here who we've just heard extensively how are limited on time, who are limited on funds and all that, decide that they're going to go through and spend all the time to do an exhaustive audit to that point that makes sure every person entitled to
30
notice
seconds.
actually receives the email notice, it is irresponsible of this body to vote against providing email notice in our budget.
That's
So
not
if we
the
are
vote.
allocating funds, we need to account for the approximately near $1,000 that it costs to send postage notification to all of our members.
10 seconds. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chardon. Ms. Thornton?
Yeah, I'm on the fence about this because I really think the postcards are important, but I don't think the bylaws call for that. So I can go either way on this. I don't really care. But I did want to ask, Trevor's made a statement that there had been some sabotage to our database, apparently. And I would really like to know about that. That sounds like something that the board really should be involved with. If that is the case, that's definitely problematic. And I had something else to it. I don't remember what it was. Anyway, I'll put my hand up if I think about it. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
Orders
no
of
problem. Anything to
Orders
do
of the day.
without this motion, I would ask that it's waited until open floor.
Mr. Chair, we seem to be staying very far from the debate on this particular motion.
We have
the budget for the convention.
we are on funding.
Should I
to
provide
allocate
that via
funding.
email?
What's that?
I was asked a specific question, Mr. Chair.
Which by whom?
By
Is
the District 8 rep.
Ms. Thornton? What Ms. Thornton brought up earlier, like I said, I would like that to wait until open floor. If there's anyone would like to address that, I'd like us to stick onto the main motion. We are way behind on where we were meant to be tonight. So if everyone can pull with me here, we can get through this.
Okay. Whatever you
Thank
want,
you.
Mr. Chair.
I appreciate that. Mr. Bowman, I think this would be your second time, or have you already spoken 2 times to this?
I don't remember.
I'll call this your last one. All right.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to, with the chair's indulgence, ask Mr. Wolf, is he aware that of a way to send out emails
relevant to the motion?
I will note that we can address that after we decide funding issues.
It was related.
I mean, we can debate on if we want to split up funding for certain amounts to certain things, like if you wanted to split $2,000 for the convention, $1,000 for postage, or however it may. But
Okay,
I really like us
understood.
to keep it on money at the moment. Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Mr. Franklin, I see your hand up next.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to call the question.
All right. Does that have a second?
Yes.
Second.
All right. Question has been called. Is there any objection to calling the question?
I would.
Yeah,
I
I
noticed
believe
that Mr.
Mr.
Henneman had his
Henneman had
hand
his hand
raised.
up
I
and
would withdraw
speak.
my
I don't
second.
think we should cut off feedback from one of our members.
Yeah, I object to. That'd be like the second or third time tonight that
Did I hear that the second
I
withdrew on
withdrew my
calling the
second.
question?
Yeah, if that's okay, I would withdraw my second. And I didn't notice Mr. Henneman had his hand up when I
All
saw
right.
that.
I'll allow it this time, just, for good faith for Mr. Henneman. And
Apologies,
after
Larry.
that, hopefully we can get to a vote. Mr. Henneman, I'll recognize you.
okay. Well, I don't I appreciate that. I was just wondering if any of our board members that have experience with how much these conventions cost might give us some idea, because I have none. So I don't know if $3,000 is high, if $3,000 is low. It'd be nice to know what some of our past conventions cost. That's all I was going to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Hanneman. If I'm correct, in our last convention cost 7,000 or so and some change.
That was a multi-day convention, though.
Yes, that was indeed a multi-day convention. So they can definitely range in price, Mr. Hanneman.
We had conventions in the past as low as 500, and I think we had some around 1,000.
Yeah, so for a single day convention, they can be drastically reduced in price, especially if weather is nice and you can get cheaper outdoor venues, but which might be possible, might not be. It's hard to plan for those. If that answers your question. Mr. Carver, I see your hand went back up. I believe this would be your second time.
I was going to answer Larry's question. I've been on a lot of convention committees. It does depend on where, how, and what. Being a Sunday, it is a little harder to find a space. And outdoor spaces are also hard to find for the things that we need, with all of the AV and the projectors and all of the things that could get more costly because they might have to set up a tent. But 3,000 is about an average number, and I would really like to try to stick with that because, we don't need to be spending a ton of money on this.
All right, thank you, Mr. Carver. And if there's no more debate, we can go to a vote on approving of 3,000 for the convention costs. Point of inquiry, though, before we go to debate, just so everyone can be aware, does that $3,000 include any notice costs for the event?
I would be a part of the cost of the convention, yes.
All right, thank you. All right, so all in favor of approving a $3,000 max limit, including the event cost and notice cost, please say aye.
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 All right, all opposed, please say nay.
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 Any abstentions other than myself? All right, the ayes have it. We are set on a limit of $3,000 for this convention. Now we can look at locations. We do have a list here. I'm not so sure if that $3,000 limit will eliminate it, but we probably should be looking at some of the cheapest options.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I would like to recommend that we focus on the Jackson, it was called, I forgot the exact name of it, the Jackson and the Troy Holiday Inn only.
Is it possible for you to say their total estimated prices for the board?
City Center?
Yeah. City Center.
Mr. Essner, can you reiterate the final pricing for both of those locations for the board members who might not be able to see?
Yes, I'm pulling it up right now. 1 second.
Thank you.
All right. So we have the Jackson City Center. We're estimating all-in cost right around $1,500. Food is not going to be included. And then that one is has a benefit of being near areas where we might want to attract people. The other one is more of a convenient location, which is the Holiday Inn in Troy, right off of 75. And is it Troy Holiday Inn? Right now it has a $500 deposit. It's $1,000 base price for the room, and the room comes with AV and tables. It holds at least 120 people. And so that's $500 deposit, $1,000, and then we had been working on additional things like some amenities, like like coffee or something, but basic stuff like that. But food is nearby; it's very convenient. So one is a convenience factor for traveling, and it's also in a hotel. and then the other one is near a location where we might want to attract people in the Jackson Center. So I believe they're basically, when it's all said and done, they're basically going to be about the same cost total.
All right.
So,
Could you put me in the queue, Mr. Chair?
Sure, you can be after Essner, and then it'll be Miss Carver.
Okay.
And then, is that all to bring up, Mr. Essner?
yeah, I just wanted to help people focus in on the two locations.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Ms. Secretary, you have the floor.
I just wanted to note that when I was looking into this earlier, Trevor brought up that West Michigan has wanted to host it for a long time, but this year was not good. So they were hoping to host next year's convention. So Jackson is sort of pretty close to that. I guess I would lean more for the Detroit area just because we haven't done that, and that's where most of our members are. And I just think we should take into account if next year's ends up in Southwest Michigan. It's not very far from Jackson. So that's all.
All
Just
right. Thank you, Ms. Secretary. Ms. Carver?
a slight point of correction. I think we held a convention in 2022 in was it St. Joe or Holland? Was it Holland? Holland is in Southwest.
Yeah, that was Holland.
Well, I was told that Kalamazoo is different from Grand Rapids. I don't know. It just seems
is
like we're
Holland?
going west to Grand Rapids.
Oh, Holland
and
might be West Michigan. You're right. Now that I think about it, yeah. Never mind.
yeah,
All
You're
right.
right.
If we can move on without too much crosstalk. I'm sorry. It's getting late at night. I know people are getting tired. All right, Ms. Carver, 2 minutes.
Oh, just for reference with the Troy one, or not the Troy one, the Jackson one, it also is fairly close to to freeways. It's close to well, the I-80 is in the what you call it, but it is very close to Highway 55. And then you would take 220 across. Yeah, I mean it's right at the bottom of the state. So yeah, but I mean it is too also easy to get to. But I do agree with Donna that going down 75 is a lot easier for those of you that are going.
Thank you for that, Ms. Carver. Mr. Johnson?
I would like to make a motion to adopt the Troy location as the location for our June 28th convention.
All right. Does that motion have a second?
Second.
All right. Does anyone want to debate on that before we go to a vote? I see Mr. Bowman, your hand's up. Is there something you'd like to say?
Yes. And it really involves a question here as to whether any place closer to Lansing was a reasonable option. Because if I recall, the whole point of having a Sunday convention was that so people could stay over and show up for the presentation of the the paperwork for running for office in Lansing outside the Bureau of Elections on Monday. And now we're talking about places that are well removed from Lansing, but we still have a Sunday convention, meaning that some people would have to travel, wouldn't have that cushion that they would have as far as the time between a work day and returning home.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. We'll ask Mr. Essner, did you inquire to places closer to Lansing by any chance previously?
I did not look into places near Lansing. I do not believe that was an area where we were focusing on.
All right. I just wanted to get an inquiry.
Maybe that was a miscommunication to
Lansing's 40 minutes away from Jackson.
Yeah. All right. I was just curious to answer Mr. Bowman's question. That's all. Mr. Sheridan, I believe you're next. Or did your hand go down?
I lowered it.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
I would just like to point out that traditionally one of the officers has usually been in charge of submitting that paperwork. So I don't know that either location, a Lansing location might be good, but most of our officers currently live in this part of the state anyways. I don't feel there's a real travel hazard there. Generally, there are some forms that may need to be signed by our chair, and I believe the chair has usually been the one that submitted it. So, but that also could be delegated to another person. I don't really think that's that much of an issue.
Oh, right. Thank you for that, Mr. Essner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would like to say that I think Troy will be the best location. I don't personally have a problem with Jackson, but I think for simplicity and overall cost and convenience, I think the Troy location will be better.
All right. Thank you for that. If there's no more debate, we can vote on the motion. The motion was Jackson, correct?
No, Troy.
Troy was the motion. Thank you. All right. All in favor of adopting the Troy location for our convention, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
All right. Any abstentions other than myself? All right. The ayes have it. We will adopt the Troy location for our next convention. All right. I'm glad we were able to get through that all. Mr. Essner, your hand just went up.
Yeah.
Is there something
Yeah.
you'd like to
So, yeah, I would just want to make sure, Donna, please let me know what you need, and I will reach out to the Troy location next week, confirm everything, and I'll email the board to let everyone know that it has been confirmed. And the deposit was $500. I know we approved $3,000 for expenses, but my question is, do we want to confirm $500 deposit as a separate motion now, or is it fine to just use the $3,000 at our discretion to do that?
believe we can take the 500 for the deposit out of the 3,000 at this point in time. We may need to get with
I
Mr. Duke
think
to
so.
write that check, but I believe it's appropriate.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we didn't cause any hassle there. So I
Yep.
will reach out with them. I'll confirm all and get with Donna and Mr. Duke.
Thank you. All right. I believe we can move on. I think that's all we had in new business, correct?
Well, we still have the unaffiliated caucus. Scott, I need you to get with me because that has to be part of the notice. And I wrote you an email about I can help you with that unaffiliated caucus. It usually takes a half hour, but we need a date to set for the notice, for the convention notice.
Right.
So
You said what you figured by counting the days that it had to be in May.
no, I wasn't figuring about counting the days. I think we can have it all the way up to the week before the convention, but I just need that date set so we can put it in the notice.
All
So
right. Do you need it set now? Because I said I was going to get back to you after I looked some things up.
no, I didn't hear anything from you. So if you're gonna get back with me, you and I can handle that, but that is the only other thing. I need the location, the agenda, and the date of that to get that first 60-day notice out. The
Okay.
30-day
Will you
notice,
be
of
able to
course.
do that within the week, Mr. Bowman?
Yes, I can do it within the week.
Yeah, so the
Thank you.
30-day notice, we can probably finalize next meeting because we'll have to figure out, the cost of, or, how that's gonna work. I guess is that the committee or is that me or how that mails that out?
For the
Um,
notice, I believe,
Apologies.
Mr.
You were
Essner?
asking what?
I was just asking, the 30-day notice, we can discuss that next meeting, but I'm just wondering whose job that usually is to put all those mailings together.
Uh,
I think,
I will, if you provide me with the verbiage to make sure everything's correct, I will organize with the committee or with a local affiliate and get that mailed out.
okay,
So
that was
I'll
my
take care of it.
question.
All
So
right. Yeah,
really,
please just provide the
okay,
verbiage.
I have everything I need, and the only other thing under convention was the credential committee, which we don't have to do tonight either if we wanted to. I mean, people won't be turning their stuff in for a while.
The agenda has been approved, so somebody would have to make a motion to table that. If you didn't want to do it tonight. If not, we can run through it real quick.
We call orders of the day to move to new business at this point.
I would move that we table both credentials committee and the discussion of our regional affiliation to the next meeting due to us running severely over on our agenda here.
All right, does that have a second?
That's a non.
Why
That
is
is a
regional consideration on our agenda at all? That was taken out of the hands of the
non-debatable.
LNC.
Well, it was approved on our agenda, so it can be moved under table.
I have a point of order. It's out of order. The convention took it out of our hands.
What?
I mean, we can't rule on
Convention
anything.
adopt that only the convention delegates can approve a region.
Yes.
You guys put that forward.
Yes. I think there's just an open
There's-
discussion on it with no rulings to be made.
Why is the LEC trying to preempt the delegates' decision?
Mr. Chair, please call the member to order.
This is a point
Yeah,
of
just
order.
make
Ms.
your move.
Kennedy.
Let's move the
It
meeting.
is a point of
This is a
order.
point of order.
We'll
It's
grant
out
him
of order for this body to be.
Point of parliamentary order, Mr. Chair. Tabling is not a debatable motion, and the motion to table is what is
Not a
on the
debate
Right,
item.
right,
It's a
right.
point of order.
But it can't be, I don't think it can be interrupted.
The point of order is always interruptible. Mr. Chair, what is your ruling on whether or not it's in order for this body to be considering the region? The convention body voted that the convention delegates
My
must approve it.
ruling, my ruling would simply be, Mr. Sheridan, that we are allowed to discuss it. We are not allowed to enforce or make any direct motions on it. So we can't force it. It is up to the body. We can discuss it because this can all be viewed by the body. So the body can see our discussion publicly on it. That would be my ruling. But yeah, we can't force anything. We are on the vote to table now, though. All in favor of tabling, please say aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, this is a vote
Aye.
to table. We're doing voice.
Yes, a
Aye.
voice vote to table those two items to the next meeting.
Okay, aye.
Aye. How many ayes?
3 so far.
Aye.
All right, we're going to restart the vote because we got a little lost there. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay.
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 Is
How many
any
people are-
abstentions other than myself?
I abstain.
All right.
I
Vote to table. Thank you. 3 abstentions. Vote to table does pass. Those will be moved to next month's meeting. Moving on from there, does that take us to open floor, correct?
Well, we
New
have
business items.
Evan McMahon's reimbursement, which should take 1 minute. Trevor has that.
Trevor, would you like to speak to that?
We have also a
Or
motion about
to
the missing
introduce it?
$6,000, I believe.
Oh, the $6,000 got added back on.
Okay. We'll go to McMahon's first. That was going to be introduced by Trevor, you said, Mr. Stepp?
Yeah, sure. The total was $397.38 for Mr. McMahon's hotel room.
All right.
I didn't have a party card at the time to pay for his room.
All right. Is there any debate on that? I see 2 hands up. Or is either you guys for that, Mr. Johnson?
My hand is up to make a motion after this one.
Okay.
I'll lower it.
Mr. Franklin?
Just for clarification purposes, I guess this is a 2-parter. Trevor, who is McMahon?
Sure. He was our guest speaker for the lunch. He spoke about what did he speak about? He spoke twice. He spoke at dinner and at lunch, and he came in on Friday, left Saturday. He's running for LP national chair. Mr. McMahon is the chair currently of LP Indiana.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I would just ask why we are compensating someone who's running for an elected office, their hotel stay. That should be something that I would think they're paying for themselves.
To me, ask me why. I mean, we told him we would, instead of paying him to do any speaking or anything, we would just comp his room.
Okay, understood. If we agreed on that, I get it.
Thank you. Mr. Chatterton, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I more wanted to preempt Mr. Johnson trying to adjourn before we talk about the missing $6,000.
We have to stay on topic for the reimbursement right now, though, Mr. Chatterton. I do have to try and be more strict on that moving forward.
I just hope that we don't try to end the meeting without discussing this very important matter.
That will be duly noted, but we will have to
our
move on.
fiduciary responsibility.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterton. Is there any more debate on the reimbursement before I carry that to a vote? Is there any objection to reimbursing Mr. McMahon?
I have a point of information.
Yes.
How many dollars?
397, I believe it was.
Thank you.
All right, is there any objections?
Can it be confirmed? This was something that was aligned by the convention committee going in that this was going to be paid, right? Like this.
I believe
Point of
so.
order.
I believe it was a promise to that point of inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
If
All
the
right,
party
hearing
committed to it, then I think we should follow through on it. And I believe it's Mr.
All right.
Stepp that's just holding the liability at this point, so we should honor
There
our
is no
commitment.
objection, so I believe it does pass. We will reimburse Mr. McMahon for his hotel room. All right.
Wasn't
Moving
it
forward.
Mr. Stepp's
Point of
statement that
order.
he paid the expense on behalf of Mr. McMahon?
I'm sorry.
I thought the request was to reimburse
Mr.
Mr.
Chatterton,
Stepp
the treasurer
his
has all the
statement.
information and
Yeah.
can do this.
Okay.
Yeah, it did pass without objection, so we can move on. We are way late tonight, everyone.
Just as a clarification, when
Point
the
of
chair
order.
restated the motion, he stated to reimburse Mr. McMahon, and that's not what's being approved. I just wanted to clarify.
I believe that was what was approved in wording is the reimbursement of Mr. McMahon for his hotel room, which we promised to comp instead of paying him as a guest speaker. Just for clarity. But we can move on. Mr. Franklin, I see your hand up. Is there something?
Yes, I just just a point of information. Can we please get the agenda back on the screen?
Yes. Could you bring that up, Ms. Secretary?
Yeah. Everybody see it? I mean, there's 2 items left.
Are we just on send grid service and build and discussion of 6,000 and open floor and adjournment?
Yep.
All right. Send grid service bill?
Point of inquiry.
Yes.
Didn't we have something about the Oscar Rodriguez bill, or him holding on to money that is due back to us?
I don't see it here.
It was
I thought that was
Mr. Chair, it was in the litigation committee report.
And unfortunately, I don't think we had that from them. We can readdress it at open floor if we get there, but we have technically already passed that.
I intend to.
All right. As far as SendGrid service bill, does anyone have their hand up to address that?
Well, I put it on the agenda because I got it. Actually, you got an email about how Justin had this service charged on his card, and do we need it? And we need to change email. If we don't pay it, we're gonna lose our email. And
Oh,
Jamie
yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
appeared. And
Yeah, I know
so
what you're talking about. I
so are we
mentioned.
supposed to pay that, or do we need that service anymore? Or is it going to be paid? And Justin is, I don't know why I got involved, but I guess
I
Andrew.
was just talking with Jamie about that at my Wayne County meeting on Wednesday. Um,
Yes, we absolutely need SendGrid.
Point of information,
Yes.
Mr. Chair. Are we
Yes.
still on the reimbursement for Evan?
No,
Yeah,
we
we
already
voted.
passed that.
Oh, sorry, I lost track. Never mind.
Yep, we are on Send Good Service. I did find a way. I had a picture of all the stuff, but then I altered it, and I didn't know I could revert it until yesterday. So that has the password information I think she needed. As far as the cost goes, I am not positive on what the cost was.
Well, if we need it for email, we need it, but she was acting like we should have changed over to something else, and I had no idea. She was our IT chair, so I don't know what she's talking about.
Yeah. If anyone,
Are we gonna recognize raised hands?
yes. Here, 1 second. I just wanted to say the information I knew. Mr. Sheridan, your hands up first, and then we can go to Mr. Wolf.
So yes, we were forced to sign up for SendGrid because Mr. King held AWS hostage for years and prevented us from using the most cost-efficient service. Since then, there was discussion in recent meetings that I believe Mr. Wolf was going to join the tech support team and try to address that so we could try to get AWS working. AWS is exponentially cheaper to provide the same service. However, it's critical that we have one of these services, so we need to maintain SendGrid until we get an alternative working, or we lose the ability to email our membership. SendGrid or AWS or whichever one of those we're using is the core backend service that Mr. Molman referred to in the last meeting that provides for the mass email capabilities without breaking our email provider and leading to the non-delivery of emails, which is the core reason why we can't use emails for business notifications for conventions and such. So yes, we have to use this, and yes, we actually do need to use it instead of taking the simple path to do the BCC that has been done and
1
causes
minute.
our email to be broken and not to work for the legitimate functions that we need it for. So I hope that Mr. Wolf might have an update on maybe progress since he became, a member of the tech team. Since we were all told how simple of a fix this was going to be, and I'm really curious why it's not resolved yet.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sheridan. Mr. Wolf, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm only assisting in the tech area, so I was never in charge of switching from SendGrid to AWS. I don't think the board made a decision on that. Mr. Chatterton is not a tech expert, clearly, which has been demonstrated through emails and now this conversation. Mr. Hellman, who is a tech expert, concurred that we can switch to AWS without much trouble. And so I have emailed Mr. Hellman about that. Is it Hellman or Hellerman?
Molman.
Yes, Molman. Thank you, Mr. Molman. And I haven't heard back yet. So I assume that tomorrow I'll hear back from him, and perhaps we can switch to AWS because that's what he recommended as well.
Hopefully the board doesn't need to wait another month to direct you to send another follow-up email on that, and that we can get it resolved before then, because it's very expensive.
That would fall under my daily duties, so I can assist as needed.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Stepp.
I'm sorry, I had to take a bathroom break and I missed there. Did we stop paying for SendGrid? Is that why the emails are not being delivered this month?
I believe we recently found out it was under Mr. Monty's card, and that there was some issues switching over. And I was just able to recover the password and email yesterday that I think was missing. Because I tried to alter the only picture I had of it, and I just found out how to revert that. So I got to get that to Jamie tonight.
Well,
But
that would
yes.
explain why the emails didn't get delivered.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate issue. Hopefully, we'll be able to resolve that soon. I do believe we do have to approve payment on that. I just don't know the price of it.
$20 a month.
So
Okay.
moved.
Point of information or point of anyway. I'm sorry, Mr.
Yep.
Chair, but yeah, we approved that. We gave the board permission to approve all those minor
Oh, yeah. Under
expenditures.
basic expenditures.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
there should
right,
be a
well,
standing
hopefully-
authorization for that one, even going back to last term. That was granted
Okay.
in perpetuity.
Another point, standing authorizations, we revoked everything that went back from last term, Andrew. So none of that is in effect.
Okay.
All right. Then hopefully we can resolve this within 48 hours. I do have the new picture. I can send that to you too, Mr. Wolf, in case there's any password information you need to retain off of that. The issue with that, I got a thumb drive from Mr. Maramonte. It was corrupted. I fixed it on one of my computers and then gave it to our secretary, which her computer couldn't uncorrupt it. So there's only one photo in existence of it right now. But so we'll pass that a new email to you, Mr. Wolf, with that password information if needed, and then we can approve that moving forward. I believe that would be in order. Yes, Mr. Bowman.
Why haven't you made multiple copies of that one photo?
I am kind of unaware how to. I won't lie.
All right. You select the file, you select copy, go to another folder, select paste, and you keep doing that. You could do it. You could select other devices and so on. It's on the shortcut menu, or you can use Control C to copy and Control V to paste.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. All right, Mr. Sheridan, your hands up.
If we're done with this item, I was hoping to speak on the next one.
I believe we can conclude there. I don't think there's anything we have to make a motion to approve on this. Just we needed to make sure it was dealt with. All right. In that case, the next item I believe was the missing 6,000 that was brought up.
Did we vote in favor of? I'm sorry.
Do we have? I don't think there's a motion we had to approve on it, as much as bring it up. Unless I'm wrong, do we have to approve continuing with this?
No.
I didn't think so.
Okay, so it's going to be paid for the SendGrid thing.
Yes.
Tim said he would make sure.
Okay,
Ms.
thanks.
Thornton commented that there was a
Right.
specific motion made by this board for any general expenses like that.
Yes. All right. As far as next motion goes, I believe yes, you can have the floor on that, Mr. Sheridan.
Yes, so I would like to make a motion that the treasurer or any designee on his behalf prepare a report to this board that will detail the concerns regarding the missing $6,000 that is being talked about, and provide a report to this board for what the basis of those concerns are, and documentation from our records, our minutes, anything that supports this concern that's been getting extensively talked about, and that we have that report. Again, 2 weeks, but I would say maybe even 1 week might be appropriate. But if people would be more inclined to support 2, I'll stick with that. And I think that there should be an email to this board that documents all the details of what the concern is and where individuals think that there's a basis for funds being missing.
1 minute. All right. Is that your motion? Does that motion have a second?
Second.
All right. Is there any debate on that motion? Mr. Bowman, I see your hand up.
Yes. Are you recognizing me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not inclined to vote in favor of a motion if I don't think there's any there. What I'm wondering about is, where is the origin of the assertion that $6,000 is missing? What basis is there for this thing? I mean, were people did people check the balance and $6,000 under in the bank account, but the ledger said that we had $6,000 more than what was in the bank account? What happened?
All right. See if anyone can answer that for you. Mr. Bowman, Ms. Carver, you're next.
Okay, so this has been going on for a couple of years. There was that point in time when the bank account was being argued over, where $6,000 went missing after Mr. Chatterton had control of the funds, is what has been being said for about 3 years now.
What is that?
What's the basis of that concern?
I can speak to that when I'm recognized, Mr. Chair.
I'll recognize you, Ms. Thornton.
Is Ms. Carver, were you done speaking?
Oh, yes, please, you explain it, because you were there in that whole mess. So
All right.
Okay, I just didn't want to get yelled at for taking up your time.
Yeah, all right.
The way that this went down is back when the board split, the Comerica, Andrew went to the bank at Comerica, convinced them to turn all the party money over to him. As part
You
of
mean
that,
to the party?
Please, no
please stop
interrupting.
interrupting me.
No, that's really what it was. It was to the
Okay,
party.
Mr.
I
Chair.
will say, everyone, especially you, Mr. Chatterton, since you did agree not
That's
to.
already been decided.
I will
It's to the
say, if
party.
you have an interrupting motion, please claim it as an interrupting motion. If you'd like to speak to it, please just enter the queue. I will allow you to say what you need to say as long as we do it orderly. That's all I ask.
All right,
Thank you.
now, all right, so
I paused your time, Ms. Thornton. You're good.
yeah, it made, there were, at the time, the board leadership was undecided. It was disputed, perhaps is a better word. The one board, led at the time by Joe, I think, was of the mindset that we should not spend any party money until the matter was resolved. The other board, which was led by Mr. Chatterton, I don't know what they decided because they didn't really tell us, but Mr. Chatterton went to the bank and convinced them that he was the actual chair of the board, and gave them documents that said, I'm the chair and this is my money. They turned the accounts over to him. At that time, I'm apologizing for not having the numbers here in front of me. I didn't know this was going to be back on the agenda. But at the time, there were 3 accounts, and we had the bank statements for the last month. Then after Comerica, after we raised a fuss with Comerica, they said, well, we just don't want to be. Oh, I know, I forgot a step. Andrew took the money out of our accounts and opened up new accounts, basically to prevent us from doing what he had just done. And so, in between that, then Comerica came back and said, you know what, this is a hot mess. We don't want any part of it. You guys are,
all right, Ms. Thornton, I really, really do hate to interrupt unless anyone motions to extend your
Can we
time.
give her more time?
We can, as long as somebody motions it.
I'll move for more time. I believe this is more along the lines of an explanation than a debate.
Okay, can we say up to 5 minutes? Will that work?
Yeah, that should be plenty. That should be plenty. So, is there? I'm sorry. Is there any
I'm going to
objection?
run through a quick vote. I'm sorry. It's been moving second. All in favor of extending time, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any opposed? Please say nay. All right. No. Any abstentions other than myself? Hearing none. You have 5 more minutes, Miss Thornton. I'll start that whenever you speak.
Okay. So at the time, the board did not have a treasurer. I was appointed acting treasurer by Mr. Bringard, and I was balancing the bank. So I have all the bank statements and all the documentation from that time. I just don't have it here in front of me at the moment. Andrew went to the bank, closed out the accounts, opened new accounts. Comerica, when we went to the bank and said, hey, you told us you weren't going to do that, their legal department said, you know what, we don't even want to try to figure out who this is, so we don't want to be anybody's bank. We don't want to be the party bank anymore. So they cut cashier's checks and mailed them to Mr. Chatterton. In between the time that he closed the first set of accounts and opened the new ones and the time that those cashier's checks were sent out, $6,000 disappeared. To this day, there has been no documentation provided as to where that money went. It was not reported on any of the FEC or state reports. I have seen no evidence that it was approved by any board. And the only thing that we know is that Andrew Chatterton has told people that it went to the lawyer, but that's not, that's not how things work. In a real board, we would need to see receipts. It just seems like, I mean, $6,000 for, a set of cease and desist orders seems absolutely outrageous, but maybe he did. I don't know. But that's the thing, that this money was taken. There hasn't been any accountability for it. They haven't seen any approval for it. We haven't seen any receipts for it. And that's the genesis of all of this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton, for that. Mr. Henneman, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I take exception to Ms. Thornton's explanation in as much as she makes Andrew appear to be acting in a personal capacity and not on behalf of the board, which he was doing. And I was on the board at the time, and we voted and authorized every action that Mr. Chatterton took. So I'm not aware of any action that Mr. Chatterton took that was on his own volition without board approval at that time. So I just, want the board to understand that this, they didn't give the money to Andrew personally. They didn't write checks, as far as I know, to Andrew Chatterton. They wrote checks to the Libertarian Party of Michigan. So I just wanted to clear that up.
Thank you, Mr. Henneman. Mr. Wolf, I see your hand up next.
Yeah, am I correct that there were emails going out from for membership dues, and the membership dues email said that you have to click a link to go to National's website to pay National, and that those membership dues would go into a legal defense fund. So the membership dues from the state party were essentially redirected into a national legal fund, and the state of Michigan Libertarian Party never saw those membership dues, and I thought that's the $6,000, give or take. I don't know what that actual dollar amount
would have been.
Was. Does anyone remember that?
Okay, that's a separate issue, Raphael. The 6,000 was prior to that action. That action was for about 8 months. The dues went to, that was just went straight from the member to National for about 8 months. So that's a separate issue.
So that's a separate dollar amount. Does anyone know what that dollar amount is?
I do believe we'd have to consider that a separate issue, though.
Okay.
If you don't mind, we can always address things like that on open floor if need be. Moving on to next, Mr. Bowman.
Yeah, I just want to. I'm seeking more information, if that's okay. Mr. Henigman mentioned the board voting on money to be allocated, and I guess I want to ask Angela: is she accounting for what, or does she not even know what the minutes of the board that she was not on, but the one that that was chaired by Mr. Chatterton? Does she know whether or not that $6,000 came up as quote missing before any allocation of funds, or is she not aware of what was allocated by the LPMI under Mr. Chatterson's leadership.
Aaron, do you have an answer for that by any chance?
I'm, yeah, there were no minutes provided to us that indicated that the money was approved by the board. I will also point out that even if the board did approve it, it was illegal for them to spend money because they did not have a treasurer at the time. So, there's a whole lot of this stuff that honestly, I would really rather not go down this rabbit hole, because the things that I found when we were doing the audit committee, and I've already talked to our chair about this, so maybe I'll just stop there. I don't know that this is something we want to open, because I know Mr. Chatterton talks about ballot access and et cetera, but the things that were done financially are very serious, and we might be better off just burying our heads in the sand on this.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Bowman?
Yeah, I guess.
Mr. Sheridan, I recognize you.
I'm flabbergasted at the fact that Ms. Thornton just suggested that we should bury our heads on the matter of, apparently she believes at least $6,000 is missing. I would definitely renew my suggestion to the board that we need to move forward with my motion, that we need to have a full report on this matter. It can be a confidential report. But if there truly is $6,000, I would ask Ms. Thornton why she is demonstrating such a different demeanor towards this matter than the stance she took last meeting, in which she was indignant over the assertion that we be allocating $350 to a person who didn't pay for their membership dues to the party. If that's something that's so worthy of being so up in arms over, why is the fact that you think that there was $6,000 stolen from the party not a concern for you, that you think we should just bury our heads in the sand? I think that in and of itself is very concerning to me, and the fact that you still don't want to have that properly investigated, even though you've been repeating that assertion for years publicly, that you're now suggesting it should be swept under the rug.
That was directed at you, Ms. Thornton, so if you'd like to rebuttal, I'd allow it.
I have one question, Andrew. Well, two actually. Okay. Did you give $6,000 to Eric Doster from the party bank account?
We paid the attorney for everything that the board authorized him to be paid for.
It's a simple yes or no question.
We paid him more than $6,000 in total.
It's a
I don't
simple,
remember the individual transactions.
it's a simple yes or no question. Did you pay the $6,000 to Mr. Doster?
We'd have to review the board meeting minutes, Mr. Kenny. We paid for what he was authorized by the board approvals. If that was $6,000, then yes.
Where was that money reported as an expenditure?
I believe that was not a campaign finance expenditure, so that would have been spent out of our administrative funds and not included.
Then where did the money go that was taken out of the federal account?
Just one moment, Ms. Thornton.
Again, this is why we need to have an investigation. Why are you shifting the focus? This was not about money out of the federal account.
Ms. Thornton, if I could have your patience, I did hear a point of order called.
I think we're out of order. We're in a public meeting and we're discussing transactions that happened in executive session.
The actions resulted as public implementations of those actions. It's perfectly acceptable at this point to be discussed publicly, especially given that individuals are making the accusations publicly. It's actually inappropriate to try to relegate this matter to executive session when people are trying to draw public benefit from these accusations.
Will ask, is any of these alleged spendings or approval of spendings from your time as chairman, Mr. Chardin, were those made in executive session?
Yes, but the actions are public now because the declaration,
we also voted to make all this public, so it's
there's no. I didn't even know that part, but furthermore, it makes the point. So why do you not want to investigate this matter, Ms. Thornton?
I'm absolutely investigated it. I know my job. The one thing that I do really good is keep track of money. And I know exactly how much is missing.
Were you the treasurer at that time, Ms. Thornton?
And
I was the treasurer. I was the assistant treasurer. We didn't have a treasurer.
Miss Thornton and Mr. Sheridan, we are way past 2-minute mark. I did allow generous amount of time for each rebuttals, but this has ended in crosstalk at this point. I will note, even if it has a large amount of this has gone public, I feel it'd be more prudent to, if you are to discuss anything that happened in the previous board's executive sessions, to continue with those topics in executive session. As we,
Well, we have the motion on the table right now.
I understand that, and I'm unaware as to, is that $6,000 alleged to have been spent in an executive session, or is that just a complete missing 6,000? Because if it was
Members have
spent,
accused that it was missing. We need to investigate and get to the facts of that matter.
we can approve that, but having open discussion of where money went during an executive session outside of executive
No, I
session.
don't. Yeah, no, I can say that everything we spent was approved by the board. If there's money that was spent that I'm not aware of, though, we need to get to the bottom of it. Because people are saying that there was, like, I believe everything was allocated and authorized and spent appropriately, but there's been people claiming for years that there is $6,000 missing. We need to do a formal investigation and get to the bottom of the matter.
All right, and that is the motion at hand. You know, you have spoken to it, and I'm not necessarily disagreeing with it, but I just want to make sure we are not bringing up executive spending sessions of a previous board in public sessions on this board. I will ask everyone to at least respect that.
May I speak on the motion, Mr. Chair?
I will put you back in the queue. You are behind Mr. Franklin. So, Mr. Franklin.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would just like some clarification, I guess a point of information. Was there a motion on the floor? What are we discussing specifically? Because this has been very in the weeds and I've kind of lost track.
No problem. The motion on the floor was made by Mr. Sheridan to instruct our treasurer to conduct an investigation on where there could possibly be $6,000 that had gone missing under Mr. Sheridan's time as chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, I'd like to call the question.
All right. Does calling the question have a second?
Support Ms. Thornton speaking.
I would like to speak on the motion before I second that.
I understand that, but if no one seconds it, it's all you. But
I'll second it.
You do second it, Scotty?
Kidding,
Yes.
John?
All right, it has been moved and has been seconded. We will have to put it to a vote. All in favor of calling the question, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right, all opposed, please say nay.
No.
Nay.
Nay.
Nay. Nay.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to call division on that. Ms. Secretary, could you run us through a quick vote?
Okay, so this is for calling the question.
We really could have just heard from
Scott Bowman,
Aye, Dana.
Trevor Stepp.
No.
I say no. Dana Carver.
Unfortunately, no.
Jay Gillott.
Aye.
Oops. Tori Heinrich.
No.
Raphael Wolf.
No.
Larry Henneman.
No.
Larry Johnson.
Yes.
Angela Thornton.
No. You know what? I'm
Charles
sorry.
Esner.
I'd like to change my vote. I will abstain.
Okay. Charles Esner.
No.
Dave Franklin.
Yes.
Andrew Chatterton.
No.
Tim Teagan.
Abstain.
4 to 8 to 2.
All right, it fail. Is there anyone next I'd like to go for debate? Ms. Thornton, did you put your hand down?
No, I just wanted to discuss the motion. My only point was that if it's really not fair for Andrew Duke to commit him to a 2-week deadline, he's not even here to say whether or not he can make that happen. That was my whole comment. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Was there a 2-week deadline in your motion, Mr. Sheridan?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. Thank you. Mr. Bowman, I see your hand up.
I have a point of information or inquiry or whatever the hell it's called. What the hell is the motion?
The motion, we'll reiterate it again. It is to instruct Mr. Duke in a 2-week timeline
Or his
to,
designee is important to mention. If he doesn't have time, he can request help.
okay, to conduct an investigation on the alleged $6,000 that may or may not have gone missing under the time as of Mr. Sheridan as chairman.
Thank you.
Yep. Mr. Bowman?
I would like to move to amend that motion to replace the 2-week deadline with the requirement simply that a report on the progress of the investigation be made at the next meeting.
Does not have a second.
Second.
All right. Would anyone like to debate that amendment?
Yes.
Mr. Step, would you like to debate the amendment or stay in the queue for the main motion?
Yeah, sure. I'd like to speak against Mr. Bowman's motion. This has gone on for, whatever, 5 years. It's silly to, if it's all documented, it should be an easy click, send an email to everyone, documentation, here it is. But my main concern is that if Mr. Duke is unwilling or unable to, in a 1-week period or 2-week period, we should pick a designee, sooner than later.
All right. Thank you for that, Mr. Step. Mr. Henneman, would you like to speak to the amendment?
No, I'm just waiting to speak on the main motion.
I'll keep you in the queue. Mr. Sheridan?
I would like to speak on the amendment and also the main motion to
I'll
reserve
keep
my
you in the
spot when we
queue
get
for
back
the
to that.
Yep.
However, with the amendment, I would like to point out that the intent for the motion and the investigation, and I intended for this to be essentially the effect of the motion, that it's not intended to be a complete investigation of where this money is. It is intended to be a compilation of essentially like probable cause. Like, what is our basis for thinking there is $6,000 missing? Is there $6,000 possibly missing? That is the report that I am seeking to have brought. I don't believe there is any funds missing, but I would like to see from the treasurer in those 2 weeks specifically, and this is why I believe it cannot wait till the next meeting, is to see, do we have probable cause to believe, or even not even that necessary burden of probable cause, do we have any reason whatsoever to think that there is $6,000 or any amount missing from the party funds? That is what I would like for us to vote on. And if that's not how my motion is received in the way it was worded, I would look to amend it once we get past Mr. Bowman's thing. But if this board agrees that that is how that motion should be taken, then I would not view any further amendment as necessary. I want to know, do we have money missing? Not where did it go, not what happened. Is there a discrepancy?
All right. Thank you for that, Mr. Sheridan. Ms. Carver, I see your hand just went up.
Okay, so apparently maths are hard for people. 2023, 2026, it's been 3 years, not 5 years. Let's just start there. And the money's been in debate for a very long time. So at this point, there's no deadline of 2 weeks should be made, and we should not be giving someone a job and a deadline if we're not sure if they could do it.
4 years.
So this kind of goes for both, I guess, but it definitely goes for even Scotty's amendment. We don't like setting a time limit for this is just stupid because nobody knows where it is, so it's going to have to be found.
Thank you for that, Ms. Carver. And if there's no further debate, we can vote on the amendment. All right. All in favor of Mr. Bowman's amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. All opposed, please say nay.
Wait, what are we voting on? The main motion or the amendment?
The amendment. I'll read
Okay.
you. All in favor
Mr.
of
Chair, could you please restate the amendment?
Yes, the amendment would to extend the 2-week deadline to the next meeting. All right, so all in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
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 All
Aye.
opposed, all opposed, please say nay.
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 Okay.
Nay.
All right. Any abstentions other than myself?
I would abstain.
All right. That vote does fail, so we are back on the main motion at hand. Henneman, I'll recognize you.
Okay, so I think it's important that we get to the truth of, what's going on. The truth, sunshine's the best disinfectant, right? This is not only damaging to Andrew, his personal reputation, but it's also damaging to the reputations, the integrity, and the competence of everyone on the board. Because if members believe that Andrew somehow, absconded with $6,000, during our watch on the board, then what does that say about us as board members for not keeping an eye on that? So I think, it's gone on too long. We need to get to the truth of there's either missing money or not missing money, and finally put this issue to rest once and for all, and defend the reputations of all the people that were involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henneman. Mr. Sheridan.
I think anything I was going to add's been covered.
All right. Seeing no more discussion, I believe we can just go to a quick vote on this.
I'd like a roll call vote for this matter.
That's no problem. Ms. Secretary, could you take us through a quick roll call vote? We are voting on if we are going to investigate the possibility of $6,000 that may or may not have gone missing under Mr. Sheridan's time as chair. So,
2 weeks notice.
Deadline.
2 weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that you left out some details about the deadlines and stuff that were imposed. I think we need to hear the full motion.
yeah, Ms. Secretary, do you have it in writing? Just so I don't miss say
Let's see, yes. He made the motion to ask the treasurer to conduct an investigation and prepare a report to address the concerns over the missing 6,000 and present a report in 2 weeks.
And I do believe Mr. Sheridan's spirit of it was just to see if it's possible that $6,000 has gone missing in those 2 weeks.
That is my intent.
Would it be a good time, and don't hate me, everyone, to make an amendment to this?
I believe it would technically fall out of order since I started to call it to a vote.
Yeah, we were calling roll call.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering, because that if we take the deadline off, that might help change the vote, but that's cool.
That was
I
the
agree with
amendment.
that.
The amendment was to move the deadline, and that failed. So
Yep.
I have the feeling any other motion to move the deadline would more than likely fail too. Ms. Secretary, if you can carry us through that roll call vote.
Scott Bowman,
Nay.
Trevor Step.
Aye.
I vote yes. Dana Carver,
Pass.
Jay Gillette,
Nay. Nay.
Tori Heinrich,
Yes.
Raphael Wolf,
No.
Larry Henneman,
Yes.
Larry Johnson,
No.
Angela Thornton,
Pass.
Charles Essner,
Yes.
Dave Franklin,
Yes, please.
Andrew Chatterton,
Yes.
Tim Teagan.
Abstain.
So I have 7-4 back to Dana.
No.
Angela,
I'll abstain.
7 to 5 to 2.
All right, well, that does pass, so we will instruct Mr. Duke to begin that investigation. Well, if there's nothing else on the 6,000, I believe we can move on to open floor. Mr. Wapner, your hand went up.
Yep, it's open for open floor.
Okay. Would you like to be recognized for open floor?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair. Yeah. So I don't have anything to propose at this moment, but I want to make everyone aware that in Oakland County, flock surveillance drones have been approved in a trial measure. I believe flock cameras and drones are being used all over the state at this point in many counties. Because I'm in Oakland County, I'm a little more aware of Oakland County than I am of other counties. We also had an individual who was arrested, not in relation to the party or anything, but an individual in Oakland County who was arrested for cutting down flock cameras or just surveillance cameras. It's becoming quite an issue. And when I was growing up, I was fourth grade when 9/11 occurred. I would hear a lot of stuff in regards to federal information gathering, like if you don't have anything to hide, what's the big deal? And as a child, that made sense as a child. But having sat through or having, kind of grown up from that point in time at, that being a formational moment, having grown up and seeing the government's reaction, they misuse and abuse these systems repeatedly. And at this point, regardless of what I think is a member of the Libertarian Party or my priors there, it really is for the government to justify these things, and they just aren't. And it's also not realistic to think they won't use and abuse these systems. Specifically in Oakland County, this trial period is supposedly for free, but there is a multi-million-dollar price tag if we continue, which would have gone into automatic effect, kind of like a trial on Netflix. You get your free month of Netflix, and then you get your $20 bill on your credit card every month without thinking about it. And that's very similar to what was proposed and approved, even though they're negotiating with the contract to remove that in Oakland County. And these systems are also being used to gather data, massive amounts of data that is being sold and trained. The data is not the government's data. Companies keep this data, and it's a massive.
I think we lost Charles.
Are you still there, Mr. Esmer?
On civil liberties and
you cut out for a while there, Mr. Esner.
I apologize.
Anyway, five plus seconds or so, I would say.
Okay. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that I'm not proposing anything at this moment, but I think that we as a party, especially at local affiliates, we need to review and see what's going on with these surveillance systems that are all over the state. It kind of goes hand in hand with some of these data centers. And I really think the problem that a lot of people have with many of these data centers and things really goes to the issues with surveillance and what are they doing with all this data. And it's a massive infringement. The government is going to use it against people. I do caution people about damaging flock systems or any surveillance system. They are monitoring at all times, and you'll most likely get recorded damaging them. But one thing that has been shown, and if you go on the LPMI website, or not website, but the LPMI X account, you'll be able to see a recommendation by several people of how to ask for freedom of information requests. And that has been shown to successfully make the government not want to have these systems. because you can just ask wholesale for all the data and then just disclose it to the public and say, hey, they're recording your child at a playground. They're recording your grandma through her window without your knowledge. And so basically, I'll be bringing this issue up when I have a better idea of what to do to handle it. But I think recommending that affiliates look into this issue, and then at the local level, going to your local committee meetings, like whether it's county or city, township, and voicing your opinion is extremely important right now. And I think it's going to be a major issue this year.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that to your attention, Mr. Essner. Next for open floor will be Mr. Sheridan.
Thank you. So continuing the theme of the evening, I wanted to bring up another point that I believe is part of our fiduciary responsibilities as a board. I'm going from the language that was adopted by this body in our most recent meeting, I believe, in which the board approved the legal arguments that were submitted for the behalf of the party in the Comerica case. In those arguments, Mr. Curcio wrote, and I quote, "To pursue the as yet unfiled claims for fraud and abusive process that he references in this motion," continues, "he can do so on their own merits." So in the spirit of that consideration, I want to bring a motion at this time that the board would formally investigate and start the process of filing legal action against Angela Thornton Canny, Mike Saliba, Joe Brungart, and Nick Curcio. This would be for their fraudulent actions and their abusive process against the party in their conduct of the Comerica case, and as well as the ongoing conduct of board members in such actions, but not limited to the siphoning of funds away from the party in contradiction of legal testimony that was given by specifically Ms. Thornton, that she has contradicted in these meetings, and as to the nature of funds that are going and the ongoing conduct of business being subverted against the interest of the party by members of this board. So I'll leave it there and allow for further discussion.
Andrew, could you please give me the motion without all your other stuff?
Ask if you
Yes,
could
I can repeat the motion language that I move that the board begin investigations into filing legal action against Angela Thornton Canny, Michael Saliba, Joseph Brungart, and Nicholas Curcio for their fraudulent actions and abusive process against the LPMI and for their personal and financial benefit.
So to understand your motion, you're asking first for an investigation, and if
that the board authorize investigations into bringing suit.
Okay, I think I understand your motion.
Okay, that's got side.
First, does your motion have a second?
Good at best.
Second.
All right, your motion has been seconded. I will recognize it. I will open up debate and discussion on that. Mr. Bowman, would you like to discuss? I see your hand up, or would you like to be in
I
the
was
queue?
going to make a motion of my own, but now that he made this motion, I would like to make a motion, then stay in the queue to make a motion of my own when my turn comes up.
So you want to make either an interrupting motion or an amendment?
I don't know. Is calling the question an interrupting motion?
You can call the question right off the rip if you'd like.
I move the question.
Right. To that.
Second.
All right. All in favor of calling the question, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
That's 4 ayes. All right, all opposed, please say nay.
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 All right. Any abstentions other than myself? All right. I'm sorry, Scotty, the motion fails.
Division. I counted 4 and 4.
All right, we can go through division. Ms. Secretary, could you run us
Point
quick
of order. The call for
Yes.
division explicitly stated they counted a tie vote, which means the voice vote failed. It's definitionally frivolous that the person who called for division specifically stated they believed it was a tie.
I
Point
call
of
for
order.
division.
I'll honor it just for sake of record keeping and in good. Ms. Secretary, would you mind running through a quick roll
Okay,
call?
so this is to call Andrew's question. Scott Bowman,
Aye.
Trevor Step,
No.
I vote yes. Dana Carver,
No.
Jay Gillette,
Dave.
Abstain.
what is it?
Abstain.
Yes,
Yes.
oh, abstain, abstain,
I
okay.
abstained, yes. I'm sorry.
Tori Heinrich,
I'll abstain too.
Raphael Wolf,
No.
Larry Henneman,
Oh,
Larry Johnson,
Yes.
Angela Thornton,
No.
Charles Essner,
I believe I said yes.
Dave
deleted.
Franklin,
No.
Andrew Chatterton,
No to calling the question.
Tim Teagan.
Abstain.
Okay, 4 to 7 to 3.
All right, that fails. All right, we will continue with debate. Ms. Carver, I see your hand up next.
Yes. Okay, we do not have the money to sue members. We need to stop suing members. We need to stop the freaking mess. We do not have the money. We do not have people, our membership will refuse to come back if we continue lawsuits. This is crazy, stupid. There's no reason for this. And anyone who's ever sued a lawyer knows that they got a lot of money to just keep letting you sue them and to fight you. So please, please, I beg of all of you to stop the madness and don't sue people no more. Just behave.
All right, thank you, Ms. Carver. Mr. Henneman?
yeah, so I think that this is a super important issue. It's too important, I think, to be voting on tonight with, 2 minutes notice and open floor. If, the actions by people in the party severely damaged our party. And so I think there should be some accountability and we should get to the bottom of it, but only if there was actual wrongdoing. And I would propose an amendment to table this until the next meeting, or I guess it's a motion to table it, not an amendment. But I would table this until the next meeting, and then maybe Mr. Chatterton or anybody that opposes the motion might be able to provide, some brief for us to consider, so that then we can make, on such an important point, we can make an informed decision.
I'll second that.
Second.
Motion to table has been made and seconded. It is not debatable, so we will go to a quick vote. All in favor of tabling this
Sorry,
motion,
Mr. Chair. I have a motion to amend.
but a motion to table is an interrupting motion and it is not up to debate. So this would take precedent.
It's only it can only be amended up regarding the timeline.
No.
I
We need to vote.
could be wrong, but I think it has to be voted on tabling first now that it's been brought up.
You're right, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I mean, we can open it up for debate on next meeting if the table passes. But we will proceed to a vote now. All in favor of tabling this motion to the next meeting, please say aye.
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 All right. All opposed, please say nay.
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 Division.
I'm sorry, Ms. Secretary. I'm going to need you to do a roll call vote on this.
All right. Scott,
Aye.
So this is tabling the motion. Trevor,
Aye.
I vote yes. Dana,
Yes.
yes. Dejalat,
No.
Tori,
Yes.
Raphael,
Yes.
Larry Henneman,
Yes.
Larry Johnson,
Yes.
Angela Thornton,
No.
Charles Essner,
No.
Dave Franklin, Dave Franklin.
I said no.
All right. I did not hear you. Andrew Chatterton,
Um,
Mr. Chair.
I'm still considering. I think we should at least have a like. This isn't to take any action. This is to start the approach. So I am gonna vote no on the tabling.
so we have 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. 8 to 5. Oh, I'm sorry, Tim.
I abstain.
Okay, 8 to 5 to 1.
All right, tabling does pass. We will have this on the agenda for our next meeting. In that case, we can continue on with the open floor. Mr. Bowman, I see your hand up.
Yes. I would like to make a motion, and is the last name of the attorney whose first name is Oscar? Is it Rodriguez or Ramirez?
Oscar Rodriguez, I believe.
Rodriguez. I just want to make sure the motion is the correct name. Okay, I would like to make a motion that the chair and the secretary work together to draft a letter to Oscar Rodriguez, insisting that he return the unused $15,000 retainer that he is holding on to, and that it be done within, let's say, 2 weeks, that he gets 2 weeks, or we will take further action.
Does that motion have a second?
Second.
All right. And we'll open up debate on that. Would you like to speak to your motion, Mr. Bowman?
Yeah, well, depending on where you sit on this, it looks like, at least we've heard from our attorney, that we got this money coming back to us that was sitting in limbo for a couple of years, 4 years. But now the next issue, actually, I guess it was 3 years. But now the next issue is we have other money sitting around, and one of them is $15,000 retainer that went to Mr. Rodriguez, who no longer is representing this party, didn't take any further legal action on behalf of this party, but didn't return the $15,000. He's had the opportunity to justify expenses and or why he would be entitled to that money. He has not done so. And so I think it's gone. I think he's been politely asked before. I think we're past that. We need to demand the money back, and it's just that simple. It's unless he's going to come up with a really good reason why somehow he had the right to keep that money, and he has not. He needs to give it back to us.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Ms. Carver, would you like to speak to Scotty's motion?
Yeah, and I'm not sure if we can fix this by an amendment or whatever. So we've already given him 2 or 3 now letters to return the money, and he's ignored us.
Yep.
There are laws on this. We could do this without costing the party a lot of money, I think. Maybe if we just send it to the Bar Association. So this is like a multi-layered issue that should be discussed a little further, I think, before we go send in a 2-week notice. Because, like, we can't afford to sue him either. We can't afford to sue anyone right now. But maybe we could send him to the bar, because the bar says he's supposed to keep that money escrowed, and then as soon as we delete the relationship, that money is to be returned. That is Court Rules 101. And they can get their license suspended for it. I've seen it many, many times.
Right, I mean, that's duly noted. I don't think there was a proper amendment in there, but something definitely worth considering moving forward. Mr. Stepp?
Mr. Chair, I have sort of a two-part here, a point of order and a reconsideration of a motion. The point of order is that, you postponing a discussion until the next meeting. I mean, it's debatable and can be amended based on the timeline. And I move to reconsider the motion that passed.
The one that was tabled?
Yes.
All right.
Point of order, did Mr. Stepp vote to table the motion?
Yes, I did. We need to hold a special meeting.
Slick.
I'd like to move to hold a special meeting on the 22nd.
All right, does your motion second? I'd entertain it if the board wishes it.
Second to discuss.
Aren't we still on the Oscar Rodriguez motion, or?
Yeah, I think we had a motion on the table still.
Yeah, it was. So
I
we would have to hold off on that actually until we resolve this first, Mr. Stepp. But I'll keep you first in line after this is resolved. Sorry, it's getting late. We've been on here for a while, so we kind of can get lost in the weeds.
Mr. Chair, point of information. Did I hear a motion to table this particular motion?
No, he was for a readdress of the motion that tabled, and then he was wanting to make a motion that we just hold a special meeting on the 22nd to address the
instead of at the next meeting.
Yeah, for Chariton's motion that we tabled and the lawsuits.
Separate issue, though, right?
It is.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'd like to consider both of these discussion topics at that time.
Yeah, I will.
This meeting is getting. I mean, it's 11 o'clock.
We're still on a different motion.
This motion is not in order.
To include this motion.
Yeah, this is not in order, Mr. Chair.
I did let him know it would have to be continued after this in open floor.
Okay, well,
back to the business at hand.
We'll recognize you first when we resolve this issue.
All right, well, let's put my hand back up.
Yep. All right, as far as this goes, I'm sorry, where were we? Ms. Secretary, could you reiterate where we were?
He made a motion to write a letter to Oscar Rodriguez insisting that he return the unused retainer that he's holding on to in 2 weeks, or there will be further actions.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Kerber, I see your hand up. Ms. Kerber?
Sorry, I was zoning. Mine's up for the later thing.
Okay. All right.
Mine was up for this motion.
Mr. Johnson?
Okay. First off, I would like to point out, as a couple people already have, it's not $15,000 as Scotty stated. It's $14,000 and change. Second, we have already, as a board, sent 2 letters to Mr. Rodriguez requesting that he return our funds, which he has ignored. We also sent a direction to Mr. Curico to write a letter to Mr. Rodriguez from him, insisting the same thing, that he return the funds. Mr. Curico decided to ignore our request because it was tied up in the whole Comerica thing, which has now pretty much been settled, although we don't have the documentation in place yet. It seems that the ruling has been made. It seems like it's time for our lawyer to handle this. And since we've already made a motion for this, we don't need to vote for this motion. The chair just needs to reiterate to Mr. Kiriko to do this thing that we ask him to do.
All right. Quick question. So we do know Ms. Curcio has not yet sent that letter that we originally instructed him to send. I thought it was sent. Just ignored.
I do not know that because I have not been in communication with him.
We never instructed him to send it. I inquired about it. He suggested that we wait.
We voted as a board to instruct him to do so. The fact that he hasn't is actually means he's refusing to do what we ask him to do.
May I comment on this, Mr. Chair?
No, I asked him.
I would like to finish if I can.
Yes.
At this point, his objections have been cleared because we're no longer entangled with the Comerica case. I believe it is time to ask him again to do this thing that we already voted for him to do. And we've already taken it beyond the level of one of us sending a letter because obviously Mr. Rodriguez is going to ignore those letters. Thank you. I'm sorry.
You're quite all right, Mr. Johnson. I will ask, perhaps anyone here might know, has Mr. Curcio sent that letter or has he not? Can anyone definitively say yes or no?
Can I respond to that, Mr.
Or
Chair?
are you to respond, Ms. Thornton?
Yeah, Mr. Curcio informed us that it was outside the scope of what we have contracted with him to do, and that if we need him to pursue that money, it will require, more expenditures. And I think at some point we have to look, are we going to spend, if we're going to spend $15,000? I mean, I know Andrew spent like, $40,000 to get 38 back. We don't want to do that. I mean, there's a point where it's not worth pursuing. So, but that is the answer. It's outside the scope of what we hired him to do. If we want him to do that, we're going to have to get him in a meeting and sign something else.
Thank you for that, Ms. Thornton. All right, where were we now? Mr. Bowman, did your hand go back up? Is that what I'm saying, or were you just still in the queue for open floor?
I want to hear from the lawyer.
Yeah, I think what I wanted to just address is that Dana's point, and also now I'm hearing other points, but about us not having to spend a bunch more money and going directly. That's why I wanted to include, or we will take further action and put a deadline on it. And I don't know if our brother letters had a deadline on it, because that further action could include reporting it to the bar and various other actions by us that would not require hiring an attorney.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Mr. Henneman, I see your hand up.
Yeah, so I can tell you Dana's right. Like, I would hate to have, I would rather have a client sue me than file an ethics complaint against me with the Bar Association. And that wouldn't cost us anything. Now, we want to make sure we shouldn't even have to write a letter to ask for the money back. If it's unused retainer, if he didn't bill and do work against it, he's supposed to send it back as soon as we terminate the relationship. Now, if no letters have been sent, then, you might give him the courtesy of sending a letter. But I would tell him in the letter that if he doesn't return the money by some date certain, that we're going to file an ethics complaint with the state bar. And if that, I have to believe if that doesn't prompt him to return the money, then the reason he's not returning it is because he doesn't have it. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Second that amendment.
All right. Is that an amendment you're proposing in wording, Mr. Henneman? Or is it a suggestion?
It was just a suggestion, but if we'd like to propose it as an amendment, can someone remind me, has Nick sent him any letters? Has he gotten any notice whatsoever?
To my current understanding right now, it sounds like he has not. I thought he had. It doesn't sound so. No.
I think we can still send them the
Didn't
letter.
Justin send him one?
Mr. Chair,
Justin sent him one, and Andrew sent him one.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just would like ask one question for clarification.
Yep.
When we're talking about sending a letter, I understand, people have reached out, whatever, however they did, maybe sent a letter, maybe not. Does the letter need to be sent from a lawyer? I understand it shouldn't have to be, but I guess my question is, should the letter have been sent from a lawyer to him, and then we move on it, or I guess I'm sorry, it's gotten a little bit long on this and late. I guess I'm asking Larry specifically, like, should the letter have come from a lawyer, or is it just a letter from one of us? Was that good enough? I mean, it
I
should
don't
have been
think
good
it
enough.
matters. I don't think it matters. If it was me, I would save the money and send it from us. And if we've already sent it, we're the client.
Okay.
He owes the money to. So, we could probably, if you really wanted to strengthen it up a little bit, you could probably cite some, passages from the Michigan ethics rules about, keeping clients' money. But I think coming from us is perfectly fine. It should be effective.
All right. Thank you for that. Moving on now. Next person, Mr. Chardon. I see your hand up.
I'm good for now.
All right. Ms. Carver, is your hand still up? I wanted to get back to you on that because I don't think I've seen it gone down. Or is that for the open floor?
That's still for open floor.
Double. Ms. Soren, I see your hand just went up.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All right. Motion to adjourn is an interrupting motion. So, all in favor of adjournment?
Can you
Say,
do that while we're in the middle of a motion?
I think they can, from my understanding. I believe because it's an interrupting motion.
I don't think it interrupts business on the table.
Well, this is open
You have
floor.
to have. Yeah, we're not in open floor. We're in discussion of a motion that Scotty made that hasn't had a vote yet. Open floor is when you don't. Open floor doesn't just mean anyone can blurt out at any time. You have to have the floor to make a motion.
I'll withdraw my motion, Mr. Chair.
All right. We can try to conclude this quickly then, because I know everyone is getting quite tired.
Let's call the question.
Call the question, I heard. Does that have a second?
I was already raised my hand to get in line to make a different motion.
Can you make an amendment to this motion?
Yes, exactly.
What's the amendment?
I think that in line with what Mr. Henneman commented, that the most impactful approach to this would be to have the board approve to send a specific letter and see for his response to that, where it is making clear that it is behalf of the whole board and not any individual, to where he could claim that he doesn't think it's, specifically from his client. His client is the board, not any individuals. And that would then provide a good feedback if he doesn't give any response to that. And I would include in the motion that we hold a special meeting later this month that we would evaluate his response or lack of response and decide upon any further action. And that further gives time for additional consideration of the other lawsuit motion that was tabled to the next meeting, which would then happen sooner than previously intended.
All right. Does Mr. Sheridan's motion have a second?
So can you summarize this again? Because again, you sort of went off.
Move that the board authorize a letter to Mr. Rodriguez and that we hold a special meeting later this month to have the decision on any follow-up action from Mr. Rodriguez's response or lack of response, and to evaluate the proposal for litigation that I raised. Those two items would be on the agenda for a special meeting to be called this month.
I second that.
All right. Do we have any debate on that amendment? Mr. Bowman?
Yeah, I object to the amendment on the basis that it's going to become dilatory. Um, as it is, the chair could, unless the board had precluded him from doing so, go ahead and do the letter and make the complaint on behalf.
You cut out, Mr. Bowman.
Libertarian Party of Michigan.
Cut out, Mr. Bowman.
I agree with that, but we don't need a motion to do that.
The point of the motion, though, is that it is an action of the whole board.
Point
That
of
will be
order.
the most compelling statement we can make.
All right. Mr. Henneman, I see your hand up for the amendment.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think that the special meeting would be to evaluate the response or lack of response. And if we're gonna, if we're gonna file an ethics, if we're gonna decide to file an ethics complaint against this guy, we should do that as a board. And I think that would be the subject of, but I agree with Scotty, that Tim could send a letter, the pay or else letter. And I'd be happy to have a look at it for him, although, it's not necessarily my field of law, but I would look at it as a layperson, as another member of the board. But then we would have the follow-up meeting, the special meeting, to decide whether or not to file a complaint with the state bar, so we don't, delay until next month.
All right. Is there any further debate before we vote on the amendment?
I would beg of you guys to please not put a special meeting into my schedule. I beg of you, please don't.
Duly noted, Ms. Carver. All right, all in favor of adopting this amendment, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Hey.
Any
Any abstentions other than myself? I think the nays had that one.
Yeah.
Call for a counted vote.
All right.
horse.
Ms. Secretary, would you run us through? And call for counted voting.
Scott Bowman,
Nay.
Trevor Stepp, Trevor, I'll come back to him. He must have stepped away. I'm a no. Dana Carver,
For the love of all the gods, no.
Jay Gillott,
Oh, I'll abstain.
Tori Heinrich,
No.
Raphael Wolf,
No.
Larry Henneman,
Yes.
Larry Johnson,
No.
Angela Thornton,
No.
Charles Essner,
Yay.
Dave Franklin,
Yes.
Andrew Chatterton,
Yes.
Tim Teagan.
Abstain.
Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
My apologies.
Trevor
Madam Secretary,
answer?
yes.
Oh, Trevor's a yes. Yes.
7 no's and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 7 to 2.
Seven no's, you said?
Yeah.
All right, the amendment fails. All right, is there any more debate before we proceed to the main motion? All right, and can you
Call the question.
Ms. Secretary, what the main motion is before we vote?
That the chair and the secretary draft a letter to Oscar Rodriguez insisting that he return the unused retainer within 2 weeks, or there will be further actions.
Thank you. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay.
Nope.
No, no.
Nay.
Hey. I abstain.
Ms. Secretary, could you run us through one more quick roll call vote? I'm sorry.
Okay. So this is the original motion that we write a letter. Scott,
Aye.
Trevor, Step,
Abstain.
I'm a yes. Dana Carver,
Yes.
Jay Gillette,
I'm abstain.
Tori Heinrich,
Yes.
Raphael Wolf,
I'll say yes this time.
Larry Henneman,
Abstain.
Larry Johnson,
Yes.
Angela Thornton,
I'm still no.
Charles Essner,
Yes to a very strongly written.
Dave Franklin,
Abstain.
Andrew Chatterton. Andrew?
Dane? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I did now. So I'm sorry, my Excel is not working, so I'm having to hand count. Want to be careful because it's close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 yeses.
One no. It wasn't that close.
Oh, 1 no, yeah. I'm sorry. That was
For
closer.
abstention.
A lot
So
of
the-
abstentions. A lot of abstentions.
Yeah, the yeses have it. So we will get to work on that letter. Do you think I can have your assistance drafting that letter, Miss Secretary?
Yeah, I'll draft something up.
All right, just send over in DocuSign because I'll put my signature too.
Point of information, Mr. Chair, Mr. Hinneman did volunteer to vet that letter for you. So
Yes. Would you mind sending a draft copy over to Mr. Henneman too, just so he
That's
can?
fine.
All right, I appreciate that. All right, as far as open floor goes, I do know the first person.
Mr. Chair, move to adjourn.
All right, there's motion to adjourn.
second.
All right, all in
Mr.
favor?
Chair, point of the parliamentary procedure, that was actually out of order. You can't just shout from your seat. He has to be recognized before you make that motion. So as much as I do want to move to adjourn, you have to recognize him first. And I believe Mr. Stepp was promised the next speaking spot.
Yeah, point of order. You did promise Mr. Stepp was next.
So just making sure that that's in order to do so. I'd like to go to Mr. Stepp. All right, Mr. Stepp, I'll recognize you.
No, at this point, motion to adjourn.
Okay,
I'll second
thank
that.
you. All right,
Second.
second, perfect. All in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
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 All right, any opposition to it? Any opposed? We all adjourned, everyone. And real quick, before anyone leaves after the recording stops, I'd like to put in my personal phone number just to make sure everyone has a direct access to me.